Sit McDonald, både dæven boblevev, sit McDonald Bayboard, Ron Iroi, Krisa, Evenkatre, Mon. Now in English. Good morning, my strange people. How's your day been? I'm Ron, and welcome to my spooky home. And this is take 2 for tonight. The microphone was like not connecting the first time around. I don't really know exactly why, but I'm apparently it's fixed now, and I'm hey, sweet. We've heated. And ew. Okay, so I've got a couple of things, and I'm gonna have one tonight and one tomorrow, and I'm going to do them in the oven because I don't want to have to keep checking it. And so, wait, that's not, there's the thing. Okay, sweet, we're plugged back in. Now, so let's see, it was at 400. You know what, I'll check every half hour just because those are a bit thicker than the salmon was the other day, and I need to tighten a spring on this timer, which I just got a couple weeks ago, but whatever, this is my life now. So, we've got somebody in the audience, finally. All right. Somebody watching via Twitter. All right. And that's got no, or wait. No, it doesn't show chat on Twitter, but yeah, it doesn't show Twitter chat. At least on the thing here. Please stop being stupid. But Mix Dizzy was chatting through Twitter a couple weeks ago when I was doing one of the poopy drama streams, and that's all right. So, right. I was so I go to share screen. I'm going to click this one real quick right now for now. And there we go. Oh, hey. Now, we've just got updates from other creatives on the Ko-Fi. So, copy. And I got to do this thing because Restream won't automatically do the thing that I ask it to when I go to share the screen, and there's the Ko-Fi link, and I'll pin it there for the things with the stuff. So, so we're going to wait until we've got a few people in the audience, at least 2, something like that, so I can keep reading some more from our wacky Resurrect Goddess Isis guy who as I said last night and the previous night I was reading from this, the guy is absolutely serious. He showed up in a few of the Hellenic polytheist email lists that I was on about, oh god, yeah, about like 2006, 07. So yeah, this guy, this wacky guy, shows up on there, and hey, we've got somebody from YouTube in the audience right now. Feel free to hit like, subscribe, bell notifications, etc. Please join the chat. You will have your chats displayed in the thingy here on the side with the restream, and should be visible that to talk to anybody who wants to chat over Twitch and YouTube and stuff. So yeah, as the story goes, there's this guy who wrote this website called it's resurrectisis.org, as in the goddess, and he showed up on a few of the Hellenic polytheist email lists I was on way back around 2006, 07-ish, and this dude is absolutely serious. This dude is absolutely serious, but like, and it's a very wacky, kooky website where he goes off against unibrows and a couple of other things. There are bits here and there that seem a little bit racist-ish, maybe a little fashy adjacent, but you know, his purported goal with this website is to like resurrect the mother goddess religion of Isis and have a single unified, peaceful world. But he's not very fond of people with unibrows. Like, for some reason, the unibrow is I don't know. I'm not quite sure why he seems to be against unibrows, but this is a thing. This is a recurring thing. This is a recurring thing on on his stuff. And somebody a couple weeks ago, when I shared it, I believe in Catboy Ranch, said replied to me in the in the Catboy Ranch chat board, and they were like, "So this guy seems like Pagan Timecube," and I said, "You're not the first person to say that about this, and I'm sure you won't be the last." But yeah, like that's how I got in the mood for reading resurrectisis.org, and yeah, it's something. It's really something. And like, the more I read it, because like parts of this I haven't read for at least 10 years. Some I haven't even skimmed for the last 5 years. He has updated parts of this, and sometimes he does like include addendum notes on the pages to indicate an update. Other times not so much. Even though it seems pretty clear that he has updated it, because or maybe he didn't, but it just seems like, but yeah, like, going back to the Timecube comparison, this seems pretty apt, because it is confirmed that Jean Ray of Timecube, the writer of Timecube, the one who uncovered the great wisdom of the Timecube, he was confirmed as schizophrenic, right? So Jean Ray was indeed schizophrenic. He's since passed on, and one of the things that has me so interested, that got me really into Timecube for a bit, was two of my sisters, both sisters being from my dad. I have two older half sisters. one from my mother's side, one from my father's side. You know, if this is your first time watching, and so like nothing that like came out of my dad's wiener turned out with a normal brain. I've got ADHD, neurodivergence. My younger sister, who's the only one that I have with both parents, she was autistic with bipolar disorder, but with and her bipolar was like on the borderline of a schizoaffective part of that spectrum. And my older sister from my father's side, so like my half sister, my half sister from my dad, she had schizoaffective disorder, like kind of, like pretty firmly in the middle, but with a slight lean toward bipolar. And uh, and I've got about 3 friends who I know are somewhere on the schizoaffective or schizophrenic end of the bipolar schizoaffective spectrum. So it's like nothing my dad made, as far as offspring goes, turned out normal. That's how I know we're all related. Plus that, and I look kind of just like him, only I'm aging better, and everybody on my dad's side of the family, we age like vampires. Anyway, so I grew up with this, I grew up like innately learning this way of kind of deciphering schizophrenic logic, as I've said before, because like Keffel said in a stream after her interview with Chris Chan, because people have suspected for a while that Chris Chan might be schizophrenic, and Keffels and I don't think that's the case. I've been aware of Chris Chan in some capacity since before the Something Awful forum goons found then him, now her. And I do I'm not perfect about getting Chris Chan's pronouns correct, but just because like I kind of go with the flow. Like I understand Hunter Avalon's explanation about pronouns being utilitarian in function and and design, that they're not like, yes, they refer to you, or they can refer to you as an individual, but third person individual pronouns are used to refer to you when another person is talking to a third person. Third person individual pronouns, right? So and that's kind of the that's kind of the perspective that the r/Chris Chan Sonichu has taken in the last year or so. I think they've got a couple of new mods who are all on board with this, that like, the important thing is like, is that we all know we're talking about Chris Chan. And yes, sometimes I go on autopilot and I'll use and I'll just like use whatever other people are using in response to them initially misgendering Chris as he or they. Though I think she said that she's generally okay with they, but that she is more correct. So again, like, and she understands that some people are going to like call her she regardless. One of these days, I do want to do an upload responding to parts of Gibby Lore Cattle Ranch on YouTube, because he's done a video. Well, he's done a couple of them, but like the latest version, he still justifies Christine as, not actually trans, but I'm like, because like a lot of stuff like, oh, well, Chris is previous homophobia and sometimes even transphobic comments. And I'm like, you don't know a lot of trans people, do you? Because like, this is not an uncommon thing for some trans people to say really homophobic and even transphobic stuff before they transition or even early into their transition. And hell, like Blair White and other, a lot of other trans people, like Blair White, the trans male version. He's I think his YouTube is called The Offensive TRANNY, right? So it's like they continue to say very transphobic stuff about other trans people, and I'm just like, Gibby, I know your heart's in the right place, but you don't seem to know a lot of trans people. And yeah, I will agree that there are a lot of trans people who also question Chris's, sincerity in her transition. But like it all comes down to, at least where I sit, yeah, Chris is very inarticulate, right? She's always been a very inarticulate person, especially when speaking. She comes off a little bit smarter in writing, but that's that's just how her particular autism brain works, right? That she's one of those. I've got a friend on Facebook who I did not realize is considered on the lower functioning, or like now it's called level 3 autism, where this is where they this is for the people who are very 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 they don't speak very well, if at all. Mutism is very common um, in that part of the spectrum. Need a lot of social and other basic daily supports, right? But I didn't realize they were considered like, at the very least borderline level 3. Like they seem to be able to function relatively well with roommates. But, like I wasn't aware that just because like I'd only known them through Facebook, and I believe they live in either the Portland or Seattle area. I know they're somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. But yeah, I didn't realize that they were considered like level 3, nonverbal, lower functioning, to use the older terms, because they are so eloquent with words in like typing and texting and Facebook Messenger and comments and that. It's just, they it's this like, speaking and a lot of basic life stuff really challenges them in ways that people on the level 2, formerly known as high functioning autistic, which is where Christine was diagnosed as a child in the mid 1980s, where I point this out to people on this sub a lot, that that no, Chris was diagnosed as HFA in the 80s, where the diagnostic standard for HFA, like a lot of people don't even realize that HFA and Asperger's were diagnostically distinct before, like all three, groupings were consolidated into autism spectrum disorder, and the latest the latest edition of the DSM. So I point out to people a lot that, like, no, Chris was considered high functioning autistic when the diagnostic standard for high functioning autistic was the titular Rain Man, but without the savantism. That seems to get it through to a lot of people pretty easily, that, like, especially when you go to the Wikipedia articles, which, yeah, it's not, a good, it's not a source you want to cite on a paper, but they're off, but the articles on Wikipedia are usually pretty decent springboards if you at least are willing to follow the citations and sources, right? So the reason I brought this up here is because I was talking about gendering Chris Chan on here, because yeah, like at least it seemed that like people were like a little bit more okay, this is about other people on here. So rules, submissions must be related to Quick somehow. Fuck your new Discord. Okay. Okay. This adult subreddit. Gendering a male Pokemon in a trans female body. Anything about Chris's gender/sexual identity is pointless, male or female. It's a waste of time and strays into social justice shit that Reddit holds to be unquestionable. Everybody uses he or she as they see fit. We don't make anyone use a different pronoun. We don't make anyone justify the pronoun they used. Use whatever helps you express your thoughts or whatever is appropriate for the saga you're discussing. Because, yeah, Chris has said that she's okay with people referring to past points in her, like, pre-transition. Christine is okay with people referring to pre-transition escapades with he. So, but obviously, knowing a lot of trans people as I do, I tend to go with she, especially in those circles, just because it's what's considered polite. So let me see how the audience is doing. Really? We need to boost the audience. Feel free to hit like, subscribe, tell your friends about all of my wonderful nonsense that I'm doing right now. But I was going on about Chris Chan anyway, just to explain that, like, I don't think Chris is autistic. Or no, Chris is definitely autistic. I don't think she's schizophrenic. And Keffels, who has also said on stream before, a couple of times that I can think of, that she also seems to know a disproportionate number of people with schizophrenia, and she doesn't, like, Chris doesn't have a whole lot in common with them as far as her, Christine's general thought process came off as during the interview. Because there are some distinctions. I do think Chris may qualify for some other delusional type disorder, or some other, some kind of like delusional thinking kind of disorder of sorts. But that's just that's just my layman opinion, saying that it wouldn't surprise me if she did. Right? I'm not at all qualified to diagnose anybody, but she seems nuts, but not a schizophrenic style nuts. Not even exactly borderline, right? Like, whereas in comparison, Daniel Larson definitely has schizophrenic thought patterns, and he is so much less articulate than a lot of people. But yeah, with the Timecube comparison with Jean Ray, like, you can see some similarities to children will be blessed for killing of educated adults who ignore 4 simultaneous days, same Earth rotation. And I went over this on the first day. I started reading from resurrectisis.org, as in the goddess, that there's a lot of things with that you see present in people with schizophrenia, and how their thought patterns seem to work when they're having a bit of an episode, like when writing out stuff like Timecube and Genes of Isis and um, um, Toad McKinley did a really he put on YouTube about Francis E. Deck, and Deck was especially eloquent when his probable schizophrenia took over. Like, um, he Toad did a lot of research on this one, and he's gotten in. He's done. He's put together um, a biography on Francis E. Deck, comparable, if not more complete, than the who started this website called the Official E Deck Fan Club. So, Zero, I believe they're based in Sweden. But yeah, there's these disclaimers because, much like Jean Ray of Timecube, Francis E. Deck was a bit more explicit. In fact, like, McKinley's gone as far as saying that, yeah, Francis E. Deck was indeed very racist to the point where he considered anybody who wasn't, much like himself, though he was born in America. His parents were Polish Slavs from Slavic Polish, like immigrants. They spoke Polish in the household, even though Francis Deck and his brother Joseph Deck um, were very fluent in English, but they had a heavy accent, right? Because the parents spoke strictly Polish with them in the household. So yeah, like Francis E. Deck was like ultra racist in a sense, right? Like not only racist in the sense of in the sense of skin color, but racist in the sense, of a very nationalistic, sort, right? Like it was like like and yeah, Deck has had a the dictionary with all the little isms that he does, but this would actually go to do a good visual aid of sorts. Okay, let's go to F. Okay, so Frankenstein slavery, gangster computer god. You know, like these are like little that Deck kind of came up with, and his very probable schizophrenia came up. Like one thing that McKinley wasn't able to confirm in research, and one thing that I even believe Zero of the Deck fan club, which just Zero has gone to great lengths to collect as many of Deck's writings as possible. Um, and as we saw at the splash page on the website, this isn't because he shares Deck's beliefs, but it's because he finds Deck's writings just kind of fascinating as a piece of outsider art of sorts, right? So we see these things like like the Frankenstein computer god, deadly poison nerve jelly, deadly poison nerve gas smoke. These are things that when like in like because a lot of times people with schizophrenia, they can they one of my friends who has it describes and they said they're a bit more on the they're a bit further on the schizophrenic end of the bipolar schizoaffective spectrum, right? And the way they described it was, like how they see the world is how a non-schizophrenic sees the world when that person is doing acid, shrooms, like some good hallucinogens, right? um, and I do enjoy some acid periodic every once in a while, but you know, I'm not saying you should, and I'm not saying I want to live my life like that all the time, but I am saying that um, that if you like my friend who described it that way, um, now they found a way to live their life in a manner that makes their schizophrenia work for them. Uh, they're they're an artist in this state, so and so um, and that's something I touched on a bit last night. That you know when some just like psychological anthropologists sorts have gone to like low contact or maybe not even low contact but just like traditional cultures in the world, like in parts of Southeast Asia and South America, and and all um, yeah, I think some Sami, maybe, I don't know, but you know, those are like the big main examples I can think of, like um, when when psychologists, and people doing like psychological anthropology kind of research, go to these traditional like non-westernized cultures, and they meet somebody who would, like a lot of people in spiritual roles in those communities, like working with the religion, and that um, it's not like they only have people in their religious, you know, um, like priesthood and all that, they're not all people who would, in a West, if this person had grown up in a Western culture, would definitely be, um, diagnosed as schizophrenic. But when they grow up in a culture where there's a role for that, they have very, happy, fulfilling lives, and are, very integrated into the culture in, with a specific role that is, you know kind of for people who see the world in that way, um, which kind of fascinates me a little bit more about this Resurrect ISIS website. I'm like, I'm thinking, is he tapping into something that, because that that we just aren't? Okay, timer. As I told you, I need to tighten the spring on the timer. So, of course, it closed off the Bandcamp thing. Why? Okay, I don't know why my now defunct station is. Oh. Okay, my meats are a little overcooked, but um yeah, just they shrank a lot, but there's a whole lot of butter in there, and I bought them on manager special, and I kept them in the fridge for maybe a day or two longer than ideal. So I'd rather overcook it. And I showed on the cam. It's not like it's not like Cobra JFS. Those are the initials, right? It's not like Cobra JFS levels of questionable meat. It's just like no, if I don't do it now, then I've then I've basically wasted food, and I grew up Catholic, and I'm not allowed to do that. And I guess somebody mentioned that Ash Wednesday and Valentine's Day are the same day this year, which is Wednesday. And when is Fat Tuesday 2024? Because all the Putchki at Kroger were all on sale. Okay, those were on sale a week ago though. Like, did they just like overstock? Did they just get them way too early? Because that's a Fat Tuesday thing in the Great Lakes region. Because unlike New Orleans, where it's Mardi Gras and very French influenced, up here in the Great Lakes region, it's very Eastern European influenced. So, yeah, growing up in my house, where my mother's parents were from England and Cornwall, it was pancakes, usually really good fluffy pancakes too. But of course, everywhere else, every other household is the Polish puchki. I think that's how it's pronounced. I hear people say punchki or pushki a lot. It's Polish. I don't understand it. It's language I do not know, and I hope I offended nobody with saying puchki. P-A-Z, or no, P-A-C, but the C has the little tail under it. Z-K-I, I believe. Anyway, it's a thing. It's a thing, but a lot of people enjoy them. It's what it is it's a very particular style of jelly donut. You know what? I was just talking about Francis Deck, so let me see if all right. Search for Puchki Day. Okay, this says msu.edu. Says Punchki. Michigan.org. That's wait, is that U of M? Nope. This is the Michigan Tourist. Okay. So yeah, and the reason it's taken a hold in this part of the Midwest is because, well, Ohio has a very has a population with a very populous Polish ancestry background, and a mix of other Eastern European ancestries, but Polish is a big thing. Polish ancestry is a big thing in Ohio, and actually, oh my gosh, there's an enclave city within Detroit. I've explained this before to people who are unfamiliar with enclave cities. So there's Detroit here, and then there's Hamtramck, which is like hereabouts, roughly. I'm just taking a stab at it, but it's a city within it's its own self-governing city that exists within the borders of a larger city, but it is its own city. It's just there's Detroit all around it, so it's called an enclave city. And I think there's another one of those in Detroit. I think Detroit technically has two. Is it Highland Park or Allen Park? I can never remember. Wait, I think it's Allen Park, which is where a friend of mine lives. So yeah, why is Pachki Day celebrated on Fat Tuesday? Well, that's because it's in suburban Cleveland. This is Wikipedia. Is this the Wikipedia page? This is the Wikipedia page. Okay. Is this going to show me how? Pączki. Okay. I was close. Punchki. Okay. Oh, it's the A that has the little tail on it. Okay. Okay. Um, singular punch. Kashubian. Looks like Perkle. Old Polish and Silesian. Is Silesian. Silesian or Upper Silesian is a West Slavic ethnolect of the yes Lachitic group spoken by a small percentage of people in Upper Silesia. Its vocabulary was significantly influenced by Central German due to the existence of numerous Silesian German speakers in the area prior to. Okay, so it's a German-influenced Slavic dialect. Are filled donuts found in Polish cuisine. So yeah, like it's a very particular kind of jelly donut. Like it's filled with okay, yeah, yeast-based dough, grain alcohol, confiture, and other sweet filling, powdered sugar, icing, glaze, or bits of dried orange zest. Okay. But yeah, it's very particular. It's very dense and oh, traditional punchki. Okay. So traditionally, it's not filled, or is it filled but ring shaped? Okay. That is I did not realize that that how I see it in the stores, like just before Lent every year is a yeah, I didn't realize that this style yeah, it's like it's heavily filled, it's very dense. I find them so sweet, they're kind of gross. Like like sometimes things are just that sweet and rich and dense, and it's kind of gross to me somehow. So I am not a fan because yeah, it's just it's so much sugar. Or maybe that's because I've only had the American style ones. English speakers typically use the plural form of the Polish word in both singular and plural. Pronounce it Punchki, Puchki, Punchki. Left and right with the Onyek. This should not be confused with the unrelated Polish word Paczki, which is the plural form of. Okay. Oh wow, that's interesting. See, this is what happens when you're not allowed to. Oh gosh, I am. Um, yeah, my legal name is not allowed to have the fada. Just like in in the U.S., my legal name is like I have to use the strict um English version of the Latin alphabet, right? So I can't have all these little like accent marks and stuff on the letters. So that actually kind of annoyed me to find that out. So yeah, Fat Thursday versus Fat Tuesday. Oh, Polish is Fat Thursday. So then what do they do on Tuesday before Lent? Okay, so I did not realize the difference there. Yeah, I'm streaming tonight rather than at the club because the club tonight is another fetish ball, which was going on a couple weeks ago too. And so that's also a $10 cover. And I was like, I need to do laundry, which I do. I'm doing right now. Should probably go check it sometime soon. Move it over to the dryer. That would be nice. List of donut varieties, list of Polish desserts. Okay, so on Poland, punchki are eaten especially on Fat Tuesday or Fat Thursday, the last Thursday prior to Ash Wednesday and the beginning of Lent. The traditional reason for making uh, punchki was to use up all the lard, sugar, eggs, and fruit in the house because their consumption was forbidden by Christian fasting practices during the season of Lent. In North America, particularly the Polish communities of Chicago, Detroit, Milwaukee, and other large cities across the Midwest and Northeast. So yeah, oh, yep, here we go. Yep, in Buffalo, Toledo, Cleveland, Detroit, Grand Rapids, St. Louis, South Bend, Louisville, and Windsor. Uh, Punchki Days celebrate on Fat Tuesday. The date of this observance merges with that of pre-Lenten traditions of other immigrants, e.g., Pancake Day or Mardi Gras on Fat Tuesday, with its sizable Polish population. Chicago celebrates the festival on both Fat Thursday and Fat Tuesday. Okay. Punchki are also eaten on Kazimierz Pulaski Day. Huh? Is a local holiday officially observed in Illinois on the first Monday of March in memory of Kazimierz Pulaski, a Revolutionary War cavalry officer born in Poland as Kazimierz Pulaski. He was praised for his contributions to the U.S. military in the. Okay, well, I was not aware of that. Interesting. Okay. Okay, celebrations in some areas are even larger than many celebrations for. Oh yeah, yeah. In parts of Ohio, it's yeah, and yeah, in Detroit, yeah, an enclave of Detroit, there's an annual Punchki Day, Shrove Tuesday parade. Really, I have not seen that. How long has that been going on? I've not seen that. I'm kind of interested because ex-Catholic, but I still find like folk Catholic kind of stuff like kind of fascinating in a way. Throughout the Metro Detroit area, it is so widespread that many bakeries attract lines of customers for Puchki on Puch. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The bakeries, even in the Ann Arbor area, it can be nuts sometimes. Like I said, I find them just like so sweet and rich and dense that it's kind of gross. I'm not a fan, and um, no shame to anybody who likes them. It's not my thing though. In suburban Cleveland, Eastern European bakery Rudy's Strudel hosts a large indoor and outdoor Puchki Day party in conjunction with neighboring record store the current year. It is called the Mardi Gras of the Midwest. Eh, fair enough. Yeah. In some areas, Punchki Day is celebrated with Punchki. Ugh, that is like, no, why do you do that to yourself? Uh, I mean, I will admit they do look, like good donuts. It's just, I'm like, just look at this, look at this. This is just, I can understand why people like them. I can understand why, in Poland, this became like a Fat Tuesday thing, or I guess Fat Thursday in Poland thing, because it is a relatively easy way to use up the last of the stuff that you will be fasting from during the a traditional Catholic Lent. But at the same time, I'm just like, it's just so much. That's just so much. It's so much sugar, so much sweet. Homemade glazed? Interesting. Though, you know, they're going to be much, much sweeter than those dusted with powdered sugar on top. Like these. These look really good. These ones look really good. I would try one of these if this is like a traditional Polish style, like not a Polish American one, which is its own thing. I'm not saying wrong or right. Um, uh, Punchki have been known in Poland since at least the Middle Ages. Um, I'm not even going to try. Wrote that during the reign of Augustus III, under the influence of French cooks who came to Poland, punchki dough was improved so that punchki became lighter, spongier, and more resilient. Okay, interesting. Traditional fillings are used as well, including strawberry, Bavarian cream, blueberry custard, raspberry, and apple. Okay, although they look like German Berliners, Bismarcks in North America, or jelly donut, punchki are. How did she say it? Wait, stop it.
Pączki.
Punchki. Okay, punchki. Okay. Bless you, little robot voice. Well, that sounded like it could have been an actual recording of a human. Okay, or jelly donuts. Punchki are made from especially rich dough containing eggs, fats, sugar, yeast, and sometimes milk. Oh, yeah, that's a very, very rich, dense pastry dough. If they feature a variety of fruit or cream filling and can be glazed or covered with granulated or powdered sugar. Powidla, stewed plum jam, and wild rose petal jam are traditional fillings, but many others are used as well, including strawberry. Okay. So so that's a Berliner, a German jam donut with no central hole. So okay. So wait. Punchki, punchki, uh, Sirawi, or a punky. Okay, I would try one of those though. Are they filled somehow? Okay, I gotta search some more. So, search. Oh, really? We're not gonna show this on the thing. Okay. Okay. Um, we've got a few Polish language websites coming up here. Um, okay, that's Polish language. Gonna skip that because I'm not sure how much I trust the. Oh, okay. Okay, these ones have cheese in them somehow. Because translates to Cymraeg as Toseni Kaus. So, okay, these are cheese donuts. How are they cheese donuts, though? Okay, I'm gonna enlarge this one, switch tabs, Polish farmer's cheese donuts, a ponky recipe. So, what are oponki? Okay, apart from the traditional pączki, which are donuts filled with custard or jam, we also make the regional pączki, like Silesian donuts or oponki. Oponki are made with a dough of farmer's cheese or twaróg. These ring-shaped donuts look like American donuts, but are light and fluffy inside. They're also called oponki sirawi, sometimes because they are made with cheese. Okay, okay. Okay, I would try these. These sound good. Okay, so the cheese, so it's there's cheese as a part of the dough. So they're not filled rings like like the stuffed crust pizza at Little Caesars and all of that. So okay, so that's how these are different. Okay, so okay, yeah, pączki as we see um, in the Great Lakes region. So yeah, these are also a traditional style. It's just these are a regional style that okay, okay. Fair enough. That all right, now I know why these two are different. Neat. Okay. So, um, I mean, hell, I'd even like, try one of these style that was like made in Poland or with a, you know, traditional Polish recipe, I suppose, rather than an Americanized recipe. Because I don't know, there might be some differences. There might indeed be some differences between this that I'm used to seeing and this, but from Poland. So it's just like I don't know, the ones around Metro Detroit are just so sweet and dense that I find them kind of disgusting, and I've never been a fan. And um, and yeah, that just it just is what it is. Um, uh, but yeah. So okay, um, oh, that's right. I got talking about Francis E. Deck with trying to describe like what I'm talking about with, and because I do have people in my life that have been and are rather close who are on the bipolar schizophrenia spectrum, especially in the um, schizoaffective and schizophrenic parts of that spectrum. Um, I say it rather fondly that when I say that I find um, schizophrenic type logic and the writing that comes from having a bit of a spell of it, because yeah, like much like with well, it's in your the schizoaffective bipolar schizophrenia spectrum, you know um, just the way that it works. I mean, it's not always a constant thing that um, but but especially because the reason that the two um, are now starting to be seen as like um, two extremes of the same spectrum is because there's been regular it's been very common for people with schizophrenia to have bipolar symptoms even if they don't meet enough of the diagnostic criteria to qualify for a diagnosis of both. And this has been noticed for several decades now. One of my friends, was diagnosed as a schizoaffective in the late 90s, I believe. So yeah, it's the things. And a lot of people with bipolar disorder, like, yes, they can have some wild mood swings, but they can have like these like kind of flare-ups of like a major depressive period or a seriously manic period, um, especially without mood stabilizers. But sometimes it can override the mood stabilizers. So when somebody with schizophrenia, especially with schizoaffective disorder, they've got these bipolar traits, so it can, cause some really interesting kind of writings when there's a bit of a manic flare, right? And and that's where we get the writings of Jean Ray and Francis E. Deck, who is almost certainly schizophrenic. It's not been confirmed, though it has been confirmed that he did spend some time in a mental hospital, which I'm sure surprises nobody who's read his writings. But again, it's unless his medical records are somehow discovered and leaked onto the internet, that's not going to be confirmed anytime soon. So, due to HIPAA guidelines, for the most part, I think. Anyway, so yeah, I find it, and it's in part because I grew up with one sister who did have schizoaffective disorder and one who did have some symptoms, but not enough to, be schizoaffective rather than bipolar with strong schizoaffective tendencies. Um, like I said, I grew up in a in a home environment where I kind of had to figure out what the hell, um, you know, two out of my three sisters were talking about sometimes, and try to make some sense out of it, because and especially with me being closer to their ages than our parents are, just by how that works with siblings. Sometimes I would figure out what the hell they were going on about before our parents would, which was always its own kind of entertaining. And but then again, with my ADHD brain, I would get distracted uh, trying to describe it. So always wacky hijinks, and yeah, like I said, it's just kind of fascinating to me. But yeah, when I was reading from Timecube, or at least the archived version of said, um, yeah, Gene Ray he was something, he was something. But yeah, there were some parts in what I read a few days ago. Um, wait, belly button logic. I don't remember this. Oh dear. Belly button logic works. When do teenagers die? Adults eat teenagers alive. No record of their death. Father son image, not God's. Every man born of woman. Belly button is the signature of your personal creator. I believe her name, Mama. Pastor told his flock that God created all of them. Truth was that they all had Mama made belly buttons. Church was full of liars. Earth has 4 days in same 24 hours. One day God was wrong. Einstein was oneist brain. Try my belly button logic. No God knows about 4 days. It is evil to ignore 4 days. Does your teacher know? Fraudulent oneness of religion. This is this is something. This And here's where I come back to you know to the to the unwesternized, traditional cultures of um, parts of the global south, as the kids say these days, where you know some studies, or surveys, as much as they can study these things, have been done, you know there there are people in a lot of these cultures who, if they grew up in a Western culture, would almost certainly be diagnosed as schizophrenic somehow. But in their traditional culture, there's a role for them within the traditional cultural religion, or religious practices of some sort, and and they grow up and join these roles that their society has has always had for people with that kind of thinking and perception of the world. So this kind of makes me think that there might be something onto this that you know um, that I think other pagans should be a little bit more sensitive to, because as I was saying last night, like there's still a lot of transphobia in pagan communities that just goes really unaddressed for a lot of reasons that a lot of people just really don't want to talk about, just to be frank. And unfortunately, for those who do want to talk about it, I don't think I'm a good person for talking about it and addressing that, because I'm just, I don't know, I am small and fragile and like emotionally even, and I just don't think I'm a good person for the job. But there's also like a bit of ableism that I see cropping up in pagan communities a lot that goes unaddressed, especially when mental health issues come into the topic. And I've been to pagan meetups locally, and it seems like if I, there are sometimes people where I can talk about how, my sister or a friend of mine is schizophrenic or has schizoaffective disorder, and they hear that they even just like, if they haven't heard of schizoaffective disorder, they hear the schizo part and put it together that it's some kind of form of schizophrenia, and they suddenly just get like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, yeah. People with schizophrenia are not inherently dangerous. Like somebody on the Daniel Larson subreddit. Oh my god, this the Daniel Larson subreddit is just, it sure is something. But somebody was like, I said that people with schizophrenia are not fundamentally more violent than anybody else, and somebody pointed to this survey or something that no that said um, 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 will I find my comment that way? Because I make enough comments on Reddit that going to my own Reddit profile is not going to help. Um, no. These are much older than that. Okay. Or wait, comments. There we go. Okay. Yeah, like somebody pointed to some kind of survey that says, oh, well, there's like 50% more likelihood of violent. And I'm like, yeah, and what situations were these people in when a violent event occurred? And like, right? Because it's like these events don't happen in a vacuum. And there is, it's a reaction to something going on. And even so, it's no. I think that quote that they pulled out from from that page that they found even just didn't even give a number. I think it just said, a statistically significant percentage, which I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean, right? Like, what does that even mean? And aside from that, it has been confirmed, at least from his own mouth, that that he's been on medications prescribed for schizophrenia and schizoaffective disorder. Yeah, r/Daniel Larson fans that sub was a shit show. I mean, I was also subscribed to it, but people were just like fucking insane. Oh wait, was it in that one? Whatever. I feel safe in saying Daniel Larson has the worst trolls. Like, I said on Catboy Ranch a couple hours before my first attempt at a stream tonight that that I'd like to go 10 days without mentioning Chris Chan on a stream, and I've come close since I've been, in hotel rooms since the fire. I've come close once or twice. Not all that close, but I try. But like I already broke a potential one day without mentioning Chris Chan about an hour ago, half hour ago, about half an hour ago, something like that. Anyway, Daniel Larson has the worst trolls. I feel safe in saying that even that little blue spike shitter was, going back to Chris Chan, was smarter than some of these kids trolling Daniel Larson. And I have gotten into it with people on r/Daniel Larson when am I able to search my own comments? Like, I can search a sub and its comments. Really? No, just Reddit? Ah, shit. Okay. Okay, let me see if I can find it. Okay, the one that I'm thinking of. Damn, now that thought escaped me. But no, like, Daniel Larson has the worst trolls. Like, just, I'm not. Oh, I remember this now. I remember which one I'm thinking of now. Again, okay. Okay. Okay, somebody specifically said this about Danson, Toucan Dan, and it's like, okay, seriously, you're not gonna like highlight the things? Okay, you know what? Hold on. Okay, will this give me just my Reddit comments to our? So far, so good. Okay. I really want to know what the hell's with his nose. Like that, it is disturbing. I don't care who hears me say that. I mean, obviously, I'm not ashamed of the fact that I watch Daniel Larson and Chris Chan Reddits because oh, okay. So, there are people who, and I understand that they mean well, but the way that they address Daniel Larson you know, being very clearly schizophrenic, um, probably schizoaffective because he has, you know, admitted to the bipolar disorder, but you know, um, so I think he does have um, have a diagnosis of schizoaffective disorder, and it's been explained to him um, as part schizophrenia, part bipolar, and he is. There are some things Daniel Larson is kind of smart about, right? And then there are some, and then there are other things where you realize how smart Chris Chan actually is, and Chris Chan is chronically stupid. I've said that a number of times. Like that's her biggest issue is she's just chronically stupid, and she is trans because there's a number of things that she's done that no cisgender guy would, no matter how much he thought it would open up the possibility to him sleeping with lesbians. Like, no, Chris Chan's trans. She's just chronically stupid and um, and very inarticulate about describing her feelings and emotions and stuff. So, um, 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 um. But yeah, like Daniel Larson, he's clearly not functioning on the level that Christine can, right? She's like I said, she's chronically stupid, but she's definitely in the level 2 area where she can mostly get like she does have a sense of priorities. She's just very bad at sticking to it, right? Thus, all the the quote unquote financial crisis, raising money for stuff, and that was ostensibly for mortgage and bills and all that, but then like blowing half of it on Legos, and thus needing to raise more money for bills and mortgage and groceries and stuff, and then like the vicious cycle. So thinking about that, like Chris does seem to have at least some noticeable ADHD traits. I still don't think she's ADHD mixed, really, or even ADHD inattentive. I don't, but she does seem to display some strong traits. Danderson definitely. I believe an ADHD diagnosis for Danderson. I just feel dirty admitting that because I have an ADHD brain and clearly I'm nothing like Danderson. And but uh, but then again, Danderson has a host of other problems. Oh my gosh, he is the trifecta of neurodivergence. Yeah, yeah, he's also very clearly autistic, ADHD, and schizoaffective disorder. Goddamn, that poor schmuck never had a chance, did he? But uh, but yeah, no. No, it's true. Pigeons are legit smarter than Toucan Dan. I'm sorry, but it's like no, like and he's got the worst trolls too. He's got the worst trolls. Because because like when during the peak of trolling Chan, so like the Alec Benson Leary and Liquid Chris and something awful Forum Goons kind of era, right? I mean, maybe the later end of the early something awful involvement, right? But it uh you know, so like late noughts, early 2010s, there's so many of Chris's trolls, especially the girlfriend trolls, the theoretical girlfriends, as she now refers to them, were really trying to drive some sense into that entertainingly thick skull. You know, because yeah, like Christine, she's done some terrible shit. She's pathologically stubborn. Um, which, you know, but uh, but at the same time, like, uh, but yeah, like so many of the Christian trolls, we're really trying to help. Like Alec Benson Leary, oh crap, oh that's right. On Christian Sonichu, I'm hmm. Apparently I made that comment far enough back that it's just not worth looking for anymore right now. But okay. Um, I shit post on r/Daniel Larson a bit. Like I make the goofiest posts on that sub because much like Christian, I advocate for no contact, right? Like, um, I don't think it helps Chris or Danderson for people to get involved any more than necessary. And because if it does not need the involvement of others for these two to do stupid shit on the internet, and your reaction is, well, if I don't laugh I'll cry, right? Because how can someone be this much of a dingbat? But um 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 okay. Oh yeah, I was sharing that video. Like that's not me trying to, because I'm obviously I'm not a licensed professional counselor. Um okay. I remember. Okay, yeah, that was that's a screen cap the from that infamous stream. Now, people are pretty sure that this is almost certainly not Null, but they were, making the comment in Null's name. But and so Null gets the credit because that's how the internet works. And it's funny to I shit post on I shit post on r/Daniel Larson because like yeah, see, clearly me making this post. Danderson looking all right on this one. Because this is all that's necessary. I don't need to, comment on Danderson's social media, though that's going to be on. Oh, here's the one I was looking for. We there's a good little discussion on this one when I posted it. Really, you're going to do this to me? Okay, I see how it, because I can't use the arrows when it does this. Yeah, just like a little informal poll of Alec Benson Lear Asperchu, or Alec Benson Leary's parentheses Asperchu, or Liquid Chris. So oh, that's right, that was Alec. This was a few months ago. See, oh, Alec also voiced Jackie. That. Oh wow. Hold on, cause you know what? I don't remember if that Gibby video with it that I saw earlier today had chapters. So but yeah, the Jackie voice was really passable, for lack of better phrasing. Of course, a lot of people think Alec Benson Larry was the superior troll to Liquid Chris for a number of reasons, but part because like I always forget that Casey was part of the Liquid Chris saga. Like I always remember Liquid Chris responding to real Kristen Weston Chandler was, and always being the worst. So of course, Chris moved the goalpost some more. And but people point out that yeah, Alec Benson Larry was entertaining the whole way through because he was talking to Chris like an adult, wasn't trying to belittle him every chance he took. Liquid Chris was funny during the YouTube beef, but it got worse when Casey showed up. Now, I always forget Casey was at the end of the Liquid Chris saga because it just got kind of weird and stupid at that point. I never liked the Casey calls, really. Wait. Okay. Seriously. Can I go to the actual post? Because it looks like it's going to be... Oh, no. Okay. Okay, Mail on Sunday responds. Probably Alec, because I found his saga more consistently funny and interesting. Liquid saga would have been fine if it had ended after the SingStar challenge, but dragged on for far too long and shifted dramatically towards the end. The penultimate Liquid and Casey call was cringy as shit, especially the part where Bob got on the phone and Liquid responds by not talking at all while Casey pretends she can't hear anything. Had Liquid played it straight and continued to defend his claims of being the real Christian Weston Chandler to Bob, it may have been pretty funny, but clearly he and Casey were too afraid of facing someone they couldn't punch down on. I mean, even Weens, who called Bob only to shriek Julie into the phone, had more balls than that. I respond, hypothetically, no, my father is Robert, aka Bob Chandler. You are Douglas, aka Doug, the father of Ian Brandon Anderson. It could have been so what it could have. It really could have been so wonderful. But yeah, somebody else was saying, I think I missed it, how finding out she was tricked instead. That Alec Benson Leary often responded to. Oh, right. Okay. So on one hand, Lars, who was Alec, was also really cool. Lars specifically is probably my favorite. He was so fucking upbeat with everything, and he's just really funny. He talked about Chris's interests pretty positively, and the most offensive things that he said was that I remember were things that Alec knows would offend Chris, like comparing autism to Asperger's and Down syndrome, and being a stereotypical Black person, because Chris was, probably still is, a bit racist, autistic, and raised on cartoons, basically just there to trigger Chris racism. On the other hand, Liquid's a cancer research doctor now, people. Okay, these aren't the comments okay, maybe it wasn't in response to one of my posts about it, or this post about it, but Alec Benson Leary was the superior troll in the end, because much like a lot of the fairly funny theoretical girlfriend calls, he really tried to get through to Chris, and in a way that, like people said, was talking to Chris as an adult, saying that this is pointing out how Chris could improve their own life, and it just got kind of sad after a while. But this is also like why I say that, like, Daniel Larson has some of the worst trolls. Like, they are all just, like, I don't see any of them other other than even the manager, even the manager trolls. Like, the only one that's honestly tried to help Daniel Larson is Ox, aka Ivan, or I guess Ivan's his real name, right? So Ox is the only one who's honestly, tried to help Daniel Larson. I mean, yeah, he did that prank with the air raid, whatever kind of thing in the hotel room a couple years ago. But that was um that was very, there was very good natured, the way that he did it. And um and he admitted that it was a prank, right after Daniel got back to the hotel room. So, he wasn't going to string this along or anything. He wasn't trolling to, um, just telling him stuff that is not true and all that. Like no, like Daniel Larson has the worst trolls, uh, and it's all just like punching down, as somebody said about Liquid Chris. But Liquid Chris, yeah, he did punch down on pre-transition Christine, but it also seemed a very good-natured kind of thing, until the call, right? Until the phone calls, right? With you know, but yeah, it was very good. It had a very different tone than the way that, say, the most recent Daniel Larson trolls, the guys who've gotten together to convince Danderson that he's taking online classes at UCLA. Of course, like uh, he's in the county jail in uh, in Colorado right now. Which, honestly, I hope this gets him the mental health help that he needs. Um, I know Colorado is, well, that's why his mother moved there, was for the resources for mental health and special needs kids, right? So you'd think that this would extend to like the county jail, which is where he's currently at, I believe. Um, but but yeah, it's, I don't know. Like I said, he's got the worst trolls. He's got the worst trolls because these dumbass kids, and I'll say kids. They're probably in their early 20s, but they're still kids. You're half my age. You're a kid. You're half my age. You're a kid, and and they're doing dumb kid shit that, if they don't want me to call them a dumb kid, well, first off, they're probably not going to see this stream live or in archive. But like, maybe stop acting like dumb kids, right? Stop acting like dumb kids. I'll stop calling you dumb kids. And like I said, these are dumb kids, late teens, very early 20s, just going by their voice. Of course, Danderson, much like Christine, seems to have difficulty discerning the subtleties in voice recognition, right? Like, may even have a bit of face blindness because the whole Olive Garden incident happened because somebody texted him photos of a random blonde woman being arrested and told Danderson that it was Grace Vanderwall being arrested by the FBI in the parking lot at the. It's convoluted nonsense, and like I said, it does suggest that Daniel Larson has a touch of face blindness, um, and much like Christine, does not seem all that keen on being able to tell voices apart, so probably can't pick up on the sometimes subtle differences between a voice of a young man approximately aged 18 through 25 versus a slightly older young man aged 26 through 32-ish, thereabouts, right? He doesn't, yeah, he's not the sharpest crayon in the box. He's the crayon that's been worn down to a nub, and he's got the worst trolls. He's got the worst trolls because there's those dumb kids who, you know, have him convinced that he's enrolled in online classes at UCLA and taking these, you know, dumb things. What was it that I saw earlier about this? Somebody, I think it was Leaping Lemur channel, right?
Of the dozens of pieces of
websites do exactly what I think you ought to do. Okay. I barely touched that. It was like, yeah. I've got mixed feelings about this one, but I will point out to people who saw that, because I have gone on in streams before about how I enjoy HD Tutor's videos. To his credit, he does admit that trans people are a very real phenomenon, and that they're, and as he often does, points out like a difference between people who have strong, narcissistic traits but are not full-blown narcissists, and those who are narcissists, right? And I don't know, it does come off a little bit more judgy, like, I don't know. I've got some thoughts on that. I don't know if I'm gonna like address it because it is a fairly new video. I think less than 24 hours old right now. I'd like to rewatch it before I go on about before I address it in stream or something. So yeah, like I watched this. Actually, I'd like seen a couple other videos about this, but yeah, I should probably watch this from one of the bigger channels. But I'm just,
what's going on, everybody?
my head.
How are you doing today? My name is the Leaping Lemur, and before we get into this,
So,
actual fan,
okay.
you know what I mean?
No.
Empire between
Yeah. So
CE
these are some screen caps from
to legalize
this
marijuana, liberal,
fake
enacted mandatory pronouns for Roman citizens.
This fake history class that
he wouldn't
Danderson is doing in Zoom calls, or
make a fucking
doing in Zoom calls with these dumb kids. It's like this is a legit, game of punch the autistic, right? Or kick the autistic, is what Christine said, right? Like that game of kick the autistic. Like this is people fucking around with Daniel Larson because he's just so gullible and pretty stupid to boot, because like gullibility and just being chronically stupid are not necessarily the same. I mean, gullible people often are, but not always necessarily, right? That kind of deal, right? Like just because there's this much overlap doesn't mean they're a perfect circle, right? God damn, I went on a bit with Gibby's Lore Cattle Ranch videos. I went on a bit of a tear the other day. Isn't that interesting? Okay, Into the Shadows, more of this stuff, more of this stuff. I really didn't know Jacob Sockness showed up fairly. Oh, wait, never mind. Never mind. The Genodoc is older than I think. The Genodoc is older than I. Zero interest in watching Tiger King. It just looks like, like Flynn, the docu series, except I don't think it's Florida where they were all like there's and the big uh, law commentary people. Um, Kusari, if you haven't seen this one and you're familiar, I mean, you probably have at this point. Um, he's really good. He's really good. You know, like if you're if you're not one of the 1.3 million plus people who's already suggest this, it gives at striking that balance of like you can tell he's very empathetic. You can tell Kursar's has got a very empathetic personality. I don't know if I go so far as calling someone an empath, but he's got a very empathetic personality, and you can tell that even with all of the stuff that has been confirmed about Daniel Larson, including the illicit image, interest, toward minors, uh, that has been confirmed enough that it's like, really, please don't defend this guy, because as I said to people on r/Daniel Larson, um, it's you know people with schizophrenia are it's a different, it's a neurodivergence, and any kind of, if anything, it puts people with schizophrenia are at far greater risk of other people than non-schizophrenics are a risk. You know or other people are a far greater risk to people with schizophrenia than schizophrenic people are a risk to non-schizophrenics, right? Um, Especially if somebody's trying to get the police involved. I've actually been like pretty surprised at how well the Denver and surrounding area police, especially with the body cam footage that got released from Daniel Larson's latest arrest, and that I've actually been pleasantly surprised that they've been pretty chill with him, uh, because 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 he does have a history of like violent tantrums and throwing fists and like trying to bite people, and that is not because he's schizophrenic, right? Most schizophrenic people are not violent. It's not an inherently violent disorder. Um, but certain conditions around that surround a person with schizophrenia in their environment and the reactions of other people, um, depending on the individual person with schizophrenia, it, it does make certain things a little bit harder to predict. But it's up to the individual person with schizophrenia, right? It's um, tell I'm one of those people who puts on ASMR videos to try and sleep. Okay. Ah, okay. Where the hell was it? Yeah, I'm just gonna search now. History is telling me nothing. Um, yeah, we're only getting 3 days back. Okay. Smee M-C Smee E-A-N. Daniel Larson. Okay. Because I think he had one with okay, view playlist. Is he gonna have one? That's I don't care about the hidden one. Oh wait, no, this is the archive channel, which okay. Gonna go here because this is my life now. Went way off my intended top. Because I'm not seeing anybody in chat who's already, who's seen me read from previous ones, previous portions of Resurrect ISIS. Okay, now that okay, it has to be part of this one because I'm sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, the
Smokey
unthinkable has happened, and not because Daniel you never expected
addressed the. I know. I'm pretty sure Smokey.
but because
The
every video we've seen Daniel
the
post
fake
recently involves
college
some type
courses.
of arrest-worthy offense. Whether it's him going into an Olive Garden and
No.
pulling the fire alarm,
No.
him running around
Maybe
the mall
I was
the other
wrong.
day throwing shit down on
Oh
the
wait,
floor
no.
because he got sprayed with fart spray. It seems like every other week I do a video on Daniel Larson, and all the comments remain the same. It's people asking, why isn't this guy being arrested?
Okay.
And well, gentlemen, Daniel Larson is officially behind bars, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be one of these things where he's just in there overnight and then let out in the morning, which happens quite a lot with him. This time it seems a bit more
he's got the worst
this
troll.
time,
He's got the worst trolls.
Evading justice,
and
as I
it's
said, meaning that he's missed one too many court dates. And apparently, he's been doing this for such a long time. I mean, everybody
no,
who's
we just saw
following
that
Larson knows that he
with the
never goes to his allotted court dates, and one of these days it was going to catch up with him. And it just so turns out that day is today. Now, I don't know if this is just for the ones in Colorado.
Okay.
This extends to the one
has said
that he still
things that
not sure.
people who
But
live
one thing I am for
with
sure
with these kind of
is that
conditions,
no
like
one
even
in your
schizophrenia,
going to be able to bail Daniel out.
and
Well, they probably will
but
be able to, but who knows they're going
he's
to want to
I don't
when
know.
they hear the dollar amount
I just
that Daniel's being he's
he's
held
got the
on.
worst troll. He really
He's currently
does.
being held on $20,000
And
bond. Now, I assume it's only 10% of
oh,
the
for fuck's sake!
20,000, so
Really,
about
President?
$2,000 to get Daniel
God
out.
damn it!
I mean, even that these people aren't going to want to
You know,
clarify.
I'm
He's just going to want to go out.
I'm already
I'll drop a quick 2K
kind of bored with
get
this.
Daniel out of the lulls, but I mean,
People in chat.
sometimes he doesn't, and Daniel freaks out on his community tab saying that isn't helping him anymore. Billy Bob's ruining his life. A crummy thing to do when someone gives you money.
Because I know there's somebody in the chat, in the audience, because it's kind of like back bounce these off when somebody else, when I come to a part that just makes me like go, what? Average. Not, or at least, the average non-schizophrenic person, right? I'm very sympathetic to it, and there's something kind of fascinating about it. It's going back to you figure most other people just can't um, it's either patronizing or it's very fearful and thing. It's allowing them a sense of agency, even if they're lacking. At the same time, it's like we're somebody who's not in that area of functioning that his whack pack troop of you know like backpacker really have the faculty and like and yeah it in that area can be kind of funny for reasons they don't fully understand, but you still treat them with dignity, agency in their lives, where they are treated just about anybody else. You speak to them and talk to them and learn about them from the things they say. And we always learn things from this, what other people say, and in so it's so yeah, that's kind of why these sites like Time, um, because there's a sense of familiarity, because I grew up with people whose brains work a little bit closer to that than the average brain, which is fine. Like I like the comforting sense of familiarity of the CBS sitcom Mom, even though I've never been to a 12-step group because I don't have, serious substance abuse issues. But I grew up with my dad in AA and 12 steps, right? And a lot of times bringing the kids to the group was, you know, a cheap, free emergency babysitter, right? So, so seeing Mom and characters at the AA group, it's kind of comforting because, like, yeah, I grew up with my dad in these groups, and I met a lot of them through either like them being at the house all the time or going to his group because in lieu of because the babysitter canceled or something, right? So it's like it's not a first-hand familiarity, but it's it's a familiarity, and at the same time, it's like, I just kind of wonder sometimes. But yeah, Daniel Larson has the worst trolls, and I just it really makes you realize, like, Daniel Larson has made me realize so many things about Chris Chan, right? Like yeah, I'm not buying Chris's, you know, current explanation of the allegations against, you know, against her about her mother, and because as Gibby at Lore Cattle Ranch and others have pointed out in a number of ways, like, no, the evidence there's significant evidence that Chris did do the accusation with her mother, and um, and yeah, the charges were dropped, and the charges were dropped because, well, she was in jail for about 17 months, which is about, where she generally seemed to behave herself. And okay, well, she was in jail for 17 months, with the exception she was in custody 17 months. Um, most of that in jail, most of that in the county jail, but a little over 2 months of that was in a psychiatric hospital, at the behest of her lawyer, um, something Hellberg, right? And the strongest hypothesis, because the record has been sealed, probably at the behest um, of her lawyer. But the strongest hypothesis that anybody's been able to come up with has been Gibby and myself, because I came up with it independently of him, which was Chris was in Chris was in custody just long enough that it would meet the minimum for a sentence had the case gone to trial. And county jails, especially, which is where Chris was, rather than, a privatized prison, county jails are not there to keep people in longer than necessary, right? Now, when you do something really screwed up that gets you sent to a proper long-term prison, privatized or otherwise, but especially privatized, yeah, they'll think of anything to keep you there longer because it's slave labor. But, the county jail is not there to keep people longer than necessary. So right there, Chris was already in custody for about the minimum length of time should the case have gone to trial, which obviously it did not. And between Chris's ostensibly good enough behavior while in custody, and the 2 months in the psychiatric hospital to be evaluated and, start some mental health care that was clearly very well needed, because that that one video after Chris got back onto YouTube, a whole lot of therapy speak. Chris was seeing a therapist from the time she was in the psychiatric hospital, and probably while in jail, afterward, right? Might even still be going to therapy now that she's been released. I hope so. That is in her best interest too. But we don't know, right? So yeah, minimum sentence, minimum sentence has been met. So between ostensibly good enough behavior while in custody, combined with the stint in the mental hospital, likely a sympathetic judge, and a very savvy lawyer. Um, Hellberg has a really good reputation in their area, his area, whatever. Um, does both, you know, um, uh, pro bono and I think some private practice as well. But, you know, really good, a really savvy lawyer, sympathetic judge, psychiatric evaluation, and ostensibly good enough behavior whilst in custody. So we've got this, all of this. And, you know, there was probably an argument made that the chance for reoffending, especially if Chris is no longer living with Barb, this is not going to happen again. Because as I've pointed out to other people, while Chris has had assault charges in the past, there was the vehicular assault and battery against Michael Snyder, and there was the pepper spray incident at the GameStop. These are incidents where there is some considerable. I'm also never sure who was driving the car in the Snyder incident. I'm never sure if it was Chris or Barb who was driving the car when that happened. But there is some distance between Chris and the affected person. So Chris is not a violent person. I do disagree with Gibby where he said that that he thinks Barb was a willing participant in the allegations. But Gibby also questions how whether or not Barb even has dementia. Where I think if he's known anybody who is suffering with dementia during their last decade of life, I think it would be very obvious to him as well. I'll just put it that way. Just like, unless Barb is the greatest method actress of our time, she's got dementia. She's on her last years because, nobody goes much further than a decade on after being initially diagnosed with dementia. Which is how I know Britney Spears didn't have early onset dementia, because how long was she in her conservatorship? Like, no, that was her father weaponizing, a mental breakdown against her. So anyway, yeah. That's not to say she doesn't have other mental health issues, but it was not early onset dementia, or she would have passed away already. That's how dementia affects the brain. Like, when people summarize as, dementia will turn your brain into cottage cheese, that's not too far off from what physically happens. It's a simplification, but it's yeah, like I said, I'm sure Britney Spears has other mental health issues, but she seems perfectly able of taking care of herself. I mean, but where's it going? Oh, right, Chris Chan. See, like, yeah, Daniel Larson has made me realize so many things about Chris Chan. But oh, right, Gibby with Barb and stuff. Like, no, I doubt that Barb was a willing participant. Unless you are including her having, because when I was listening, as you saw me scrolling my YouTube history, obviously I was watching the Gibby documentary on Chris Chan, which, the first one is like 2.5 hours long, and the second part is half that length, but it covers 2021 and everything that led up to the mother effing being unveiled. And yeah, there's depending on how you interpret um, the he does have a full re- he does include the full audio of the call with Bella Janke, at least as full of a audio file as can be found. And when Chris says that Barbara's hello, hey, I was about to wrap up soon. Josh Kiss, seeing you here from YouTube, because I don't know, I got incredibly distracted because I don't know, there just wasn't much audience for a while, and I was saying how I really enjoy reading the Resurrect ISIS page when there's audience, just to like see my see my reaction bouncing off of people and people having their own reaction. It's a fun sight to read. I mean, I was I was intending to stick around a little bit longer, but I'd gotten distracted talking about how Daniel Larson coming into prominence, especially after Chris Chan was in jail for so long, just made me realize like a whole lot of things about Chris Chan that I kind of took for, and especially since Chris has been out of jail, it just it makes you realize that like she's not as bad off as some people have always thought, but also like Daniel Larson just like really makes me appreciate Chris Chan in a sense, right? Because yeah, like everything, like Chris, she spent like she spent about like 18 months or so in custody. 2 of those months were not in jail; they were in the mental hospital at the behest of her lawyer, Halberg. Yeah, like that whole time she was in custody, she was still she was still objectively doing better than Daniel Larson was at that time. At that same time, she was still doing objectively better than Daniel Larson. Like, she had a better handle of her shit than Daniel Larson. And um, because if if I want to go to the comparisons that I often use for cats and dogs about how there was the county jail with about 2 months in the middle of that being in a mental hospital. Yeah, but so yeah, like I usually use the comparison of cats and dogs. It's like a dog is like a perpetual human toddler in that a dog thinks you're absolutely wonderful, and they all and doing things that make you happy make them happy. They think you're somehow magical. It's very easy to read a dog's emotions when compared to cats. Much like with toddlers, it's really easy to tell if a toddler is happy or sad. Um, but in contrast, a cat is like a perpetual human teenager, about like 14 years old, roughly. And maybe like 15, 16, depending on the cat, and that like they can mostly look after themselves, whereas dogs, like a toddler, needs constant attention, or they will get into something that they really don't need to, and that is going to destroy the universe, right? But yeah, like cats can mostly look after themselves, like they are they're good at regulating their own intake of food much better than dogs are. I mean, yeah, every so often an individual cat will, inhale the bowl of kibble, like a dog would. But, you know, for the most part, cats are pretty good at regulating their own needs as long as those needs are otherwise provided for, like, like a bowl of kibble and a running, fountain, or, even just a sufficient bowl of water, et cetera, et cetera. Clean out their litter box, but they're, yeah, like they can mostly take care of themselves. I think they think they're looking after themselves, but they need you pitching in every now and then. Turning their back to you is a sign of affection and trust in both cats and teenagers. Uh, they mostly communicate through body language and subtle and very subtle vocalizations, but will outright say their words when they think you're stupid. While in comparison, it's, you know, dogs, it's really easy to tell when a dog is happy or sad or otherwise upset, right? Much like a human toddler. So if I was going to go on that, if I was going to like follow with that kind of analogy, um, um, Chris Chan is kind of like is kind of like the cat who you can. Chris Chan is the orange cat. You know the meme of how like orange cats are just kind of rock stupid, and like the whole. Oh, sorry, Simon Whistler. Orange cat. So yeah, like if I should be able to. Really, you're not gonna do the thing? Okay. Um. Okay, we'll probably have some good shorts. So, oh, what the hell? Okay, Orange Cat tier list short. Oh, oh, it's a cat tier list. General, yeah, general cat tier list. Okay, but all orange cats share one single brain cell. Okay, so yeah, if we want to go with the cat and dog. Yeah, here we go. Paw. So far, like the reach and paw's typical cat gesture. But here, like, what the hell, honey? Like, so yeah, if Chris Chan is the internet's orange cat, or at least orange cat meme, if Chris Chan is the internet's orange cat meme, oh my gosh. Orange cat activities funny compilation. Yeah, this is a couple minutes long. Oh, oh, uh-oh. Oh, oh, nope, nope, they forgive. They forgive. Oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, you can tell by the ears and leap like this. I can't. That cat was genuinely pissed off. Oh, 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 oh no, oh no. Okay. Oh, I hope they're okay. Oh, oh, no. Okay. Wait. No. No. Pause. Okay. So yeah, if we were gonna go with my cat V dology, if my dog always wants attention, my cat doesn't. Oh yeah, yeah. And like, oh crap! I forgot to do the thing with the. Ah, shit! I always forget this. Is because Restream has this little red frame around it, but it also makes me there's really, it won't let me share the Restream window.
What? What? Is your food bowl empty?
Okay. So, but yeah, like there's like two windows to the left side that show me, like the view of like both my camera and whatever tab I'm sharing. But I have to like manually,
What
even
the
after I
fuck is wrong with Ginger
after
Cat's
I click to
law?
share screen, I also have to then manually again
Wait for the
click
attack.
to whatever sharing.
My leg is about to die.
So yeah, as my comparison was going, like if Chris Chan is the internet's orange cat, right? Where like yeah, she can generally function, um, but it's very clear that she does need some assistance with some things, probably more things than she thinks she needs assistance with. But
Titi, open your eyes. You can't focus
oh
your eyes
yeah, this is
closed.
that part where like this cat is genuinely pissed off. This cat is genuinely pissed off. I do not like watching that.
Be nice. I see you. I see you. I see you. Stop it. Stop hunting me.
Uh-oh, but it's so
Stop hunting me.
but it's so cute.
Why are you hunting me? Stop it.
But it's cute. Oh, oh. I hope they're okay. I hope that other cat's doing okay.
Hi guys, this is Garfield, and he likes to lay on a Domino's box.
Look at this.
And I just keep kicking him off the counter.
Look at those
but
little
he still goes on the goddamn counter. Like, I don't know how to get him off the goddamn counter. Like, look at him. Oh, big yawn.
What do you want? That's not how we communicate in this house.
Yes, it is. Look
oh.
at it.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As
No, not today, Simon. But yeah, so like if Chris Chan is the internet's orange cat video, then yeah, then Daniel Larson is the internet's like is the internet's like dog that is the internet's like feral dog that still that just like kind of feel bad for, but you know what? Somebody else made a comparison that like Daniel Larson is like the dog with fleas that doesn't understand why you don't want the dog on the couch due to their fleas, but they also won't let you bathe it, right? Like that. Like Daniel Larson is like that level of like the feral dog that somebody found and brought into foster, but you like won't let you do what you need to do to get it in a better condition, right? And since my chatter John Kiss has apparently not heard of Daniel Larson before. Oh my gosh. Daniel is the internet latest pawn in, as Chris Chan once said, everybody's favorite game of Kick the Autistic. Daniel Larson is he's about 25 years old, just turned 25 back in November, actually. He does have autism, also on the ADHD spectrum, and is schizoaffective.
7 p.m. Mountain Time. I will be doing a on TikTok, so please stay tuned. It is for adult films. Please stay tuned. Are you guys tuned in yet?
Yeah, notice how he said in that clip that he talked live doing an audition for adult films. And that clip was from a couple years ago. And that is so blatantly against the TikTok terms of service. But somebody convinced him of that. And oh yeah, like Daniel Larson. So okay, if you're Josh Kiss, you say your brother is severely autistic. So are you familiar with like how they've like recategorized it as the levels, right? So like level 1, formerly known as Asperger's, level 2, formerly known as high functioning autistic, in the same vein as like the titular Rain Man, but without savantism, and level 3, formerly known as like lower functioning autism. Person would probably be considered like if like, well, first off, I'm not the kind of professional who would diagnose this kind of thing, but it would not surprise me if a professional would consider him a borderline between levels 2 and 3, because but at the same time, like, this is also complicated by the fact that not only is he one of those autistics who also has ADHD. Okay. But Daniel Larson also has schizoaffective disorder, and this has been confirmed by the fact that he's admitted to medications that he takes that are typically prescribed for people with schizophrenia. And yeah, Daniel Larson does speak fairly well, but he's just like so dysfunctional in everything else, and not at all helped by the fact that he clearly has schizoaffective disorder. So yeah, but I mean, he's admitted to having bipolar disorder, but again, he's also prescribed medications that are more often prescribed for schizophrenia than they are for bipolar. So what what I suspect happened was somebody explained schizoaffective disorder to him, and he understands enough about social norms to know that, to at least understand if he isn't, even though he's very bad at articulating things, much like Chris Chan. like, um, so somebody probably explained schizoaffective disorder to him as a mix of bipolar and schizophrenic traits, or maybe they only told him bipolar, but he's been on schizophrenia, so he's clearly got schizoaffective disorder, and this is just because, and I say this because he clearly has episodes very akin to manic as well. This has happened a number of times. And Daniel Larson is really, so while Chris Chan was in jail, obviously, like I said, in Chris Chan, as Chris Chan would put it, people needed a new punching bag for the internet's favorite game of Kick the Autistic, and they found Daniel Larson on TikTok. And Daniel Larson also has a very severe case of fetal alcohol syndrome face, and he's including the just about noticeable microcephaly. Like, it's not severe microcephaly, but it is there. It is there. He does have a small head, but for some reason, is known the average end of large. Like, it would be like not it would be not unheard of large if not for the fact that he's got a tiny head, like relative to his body size, which is a common thing with people with microcephaly. What's a good? We're gonna. Daniel Larson is known for his obsession with singer-songwriter and America's Got Talent winner Grace VanderWaal, and this obsession is so strong that, and he's so gullible that a series of trolls, who I have dubbed, and I'm really surprised that I'm like the first person I've noticed who said this, the Grace Vander trolls. Like, these are people who have no connections to Grace VanderWaal, any other minor celebrity, but they managed to convince him that they are the real Grace VanderWaal and that they are in a relationship with him, even though he has never actually met Grace VanderWaal. But yeah, like I said, if Chris Chan is the internet's orange cat meme, Daniel Larson is the feral dog somebody found who, will not let you get close enough to, take care of them so that they can be adoptable, right? It really makes me appreciate Chris Chan, and it really makes me appreciate Chris Chan's trolls too, because Daniel Larson has the worst trolls. Like I was saying earlier when I was just kind of like ranting to myself and allegedly one person from Twitch. And like, so many of Chris Chan's really were just, I wouldn't say really were just, but there was an element where you could see that they were trying to help Chris, get their shit together. Whether through a sort of gentle mock, or just or to be a girlfriend who would then, like say stuff. And yeah, there were some malicious actors in the history of Chris Chan being trolled, but a lot of the ones that people really remember, with the exception of like the Idea Guys and Isabella Janke, at the end there. But like a lot of the ones that people remember from like the Chris Chan trolling, memorable ones are always the ones who were trying in some way to get through to Chris, to help Chris get their shit together, right? Whereas Daniel Larson attracts trolls. I mean, granted, it's on a spectrum of malice, but at the a lot of them try to justify this because, like with Chris Chan, it's difficult for a lot of people to empathize or sympathize with, or even sympathize with Daniel Larson, because he's done some terrible shit, like some objectively terrible shit. And like, unlike unlike Vauch's latest scandal with the taxes folder, Daniel Larson is a legit deviant towards children. He became obsessed with Grace VanderWaal while watching her on America's Got Talent with his grandmother when he was 17 years old and she was 12. The Grace VanderWaal, his head, is that 12-year-old. Like this has been, confirmed with like leaked DMs and shit. So yeah, like Vauch made an honest mistake, in downloading some spank material. He was not familiar with the artist. I believe him when he says that, he wasn't familiar with the artist who drew the offending images that made everybody lose their shit. It seems reasonable. As I said, I think I said this yesterday. I know I definitely said it on the Catboy Ranch general channels, Keffel server earlier today, that I believe Vauch because, like, a lot of times, cis guys especially, like, when you're looking at spank material, especially anything that you want to download, you're not always thinking with this brain, you're thinking with Mr. Pee-Pee's brain, right? And an example of, like, why I believe that, like, unfamiliar enough with the genre of, lolicon hentai, and he wasn't paying enough attention to certain visual cues that, honestly, from what I saw, it was subtle enough that it wouldn't immediately click to me, and it didn't click to me until somebody who was more familiar with the lolicon style and genre explained it, and I was like, oh, I kind of see it now, yeah. So yeah, like, an example from Best X about like how much cis guys especially can be thinking, can like not be the most critical of thinkers when looking at spank material. So like one time Best X is bisexual, most of my exes are, but Best X is bisexual, and like the women he's into tend to have large breasts. They're models that he really enjoys. I think the one who he really loves is German, and her name is Nadine Jansen, I believe. I think she's retired. She would be about the age where like most such models would retire. She does a lot of softcore. She does a lot of softcore, and there's this one video in particular that I caught Best X watching, where she's with another big boob model, also German, and they're two big busty German girls in a wading pool, like, getting each other's boobs wet, playing with each other's, wetted down titters, right? But it's a backyard wading pool that is full of beer. And when they are pouring, you know, uh, the water from the wading pool onto each other's boobs, one of those big restaurant pictures, right? And they bring out as many glasses as there are in your party at the restaurant, and they bring out the big pitcher of beer, right? It's one of those. And one day I just like catch from behind him while he's taking care of himself while I'm not in the mood. So of course that's how it works, right? He's got spank material on his computer, and he's off and on been subscribed to Nadine's site. So like he's got a legit download, right? And he told me that he'd been watching this for over a year. And so like I'm passing by and I notice that what he's looking at, and I'm like, wait, are they pouring beer on each other's boobs? And he says, no, they're just in the wading pool. And I'm like, Scott, that water is beer colored. Like, it is amber colored water. Did you not notice that? What? And then he looks. Then he finally looks at the color of the water, and that it's like kind of foamy when the water hit, like after pouring it down each other's boobs, and it hits back into gets foamy when this happens. And he says, I didn't notice that before. And you kind of hear in his voice that he hasn't noticed this for a while. Scott, when did you download this from her site? Almost a year ago? Oh my God, Scott. How often? Like, okay, depending on how often you look at this could be either kind of understandable or just really funny. It's the funny. So like, this is how much like some guys, cis guys especially, just do not pay the closest attention when they're thinking with Mr. Pee-Pee's brain. I have been in like maybe not that extreme a situation, but yeah, I see where Vouch would. Yeah, I can see how like Vouch would not, how like this would not immediately register to, like lolicon art to Vouch. I completely believe him, but of course everybody's losing their shit about it. But in contrast, Daniel Larson actually does have those feelings about kids, and there's a lot of evidence about this. And and then you've got people like Papa Gut, who really defends Daniel Larson a lot. And like, while I can understand, because Papa Gut said something about how his wife, I believe, works in mental health, and with the specific combination of, like Daniel Larson's got a neurodivergent trifecta, like not just autism and ADHD, but also schizoaffective disorder. So like, while yes, Daniel Larson should not be around your kids, he may not be processing this in the way that the typical such person would be. It may be a case of like grossly arrested development, like developmentally speaking. Of course, he is an adult, granted, or adult, looking at like some of the pictures that come out, with or like some of the videos that come out where he's around other people of an average height. He's probably around like 5'5", but still, like, that's a full-grown adult height. Like, yes, it's short for an adult man at the age of 25, like he is. But he should not be. Daniel Larson's neurodivergences, and part of it is just like down to him as an individual. He is known for going into violent rages at times, and one of the more infamous ones was against somebody a friend of his known as Bob Proctor. Bob Proctor is a man who is currently in his 70s. He met Daniel when Daniel a school for special needs kids that I think this is around where that Bob video is. So okay, about an hour and 20-ish. So yeah, Bob Proctor met Daniel Larson when he was going to the special needs school called the Tennyson Center in Denver, Colorado. And they had like this reading buddies program. I don't know what that all entails, but clearly it involves reading. Clearly it involves some kind of like volunteer mentor program with somebody who does have their faculties together, usually an adult, it seems. And so, and yeah, Bob befriended Daniel's grandmother, Nancy, who had custody of Daniel at the time. And Nancy has since passed away. I believe she passed away in 2019 when, not too long after, wait. Yeah. I believe she passed away in 2019. I don't remember exactly how old. Daniel Larson just turned 25 and then 20. So yeah, Daniel Larson would have been about 21 at the time that she passed, been about 2021 at the time she passed away. And so yeah, Bob met Daniel when he was going to school at the Tennyson Center, which is for special needs kids, specializing in like abuse and neglect, like severe abuse and neglect cases, right? And so, like Bob befriended Daniel and his grandmother, and since Nancy's passing, Bob has continued a sort of mentor-like relationship with Daniel. He was unable to take Daniel in like as a full-time caretaker, which I don't know much about what Bob does, but for a number of reasons in what's going on, what the hell Bob does in his life, I can understand. And depending on Bob's personal life, I may understand even more. But since Daniel's grandmother has passed, a lot of people have described Daniel's regard for Bob Proctor as, like a bit of a living piggy bank, who also doubles as a punching bag. And I think this is the
Get out of here, Daniel!
This was an incident that Daniel streamed on his TikTok account. Daniel live streams on TikTok, and Daniel live streams via TikTok all the time. Like, he's got a serious social media addiction. And so yeah, like just so you know, like how this video exists is because Daniel Larson was streaming it on TikTok. And
on December 10th, 2022, a tumultuous event unfolded that would change Daniel Larson's life forever. In a stunning and explosive altercation between Daniel and Bob Proctor, which Daniel streamed live on TikTok, emotions ran high and things quickly spiraled out of control. During the live stream, Daniel could be heard repeatedly shouting about the motel he was staying at, threatening to kill him, a bloody napkin to his nose. He begged Bob for help, but Bob refused, demanding that he exit the car. Daniel responded with extreme aggression, himself in the face and falsely breaking his arm and hitting him. Bob, in turn, grew increasingly angry, insisting that it was Daniel who had attacked him. Eventually, Bob threatened to call the police, and Daniel became even more violent, prompting Bob to follow through with his threat. As Bob dialed 911, Daniel continued to scream for help and claimed that Bob had a gun. Shortly after the incident, the TikTok account streaming the altercation
Get out of here! Get the hell out of my my car! God damn! No, you don't understand! You don't. Stop! It's not my fault! It's not my fault! It's not my fault! The motel just threatened to kill me! Get out of my car! Stop! The motel threatened to kill me! The motel threatened to kill me! The motel threatened to kill me! Get out of my car! No. Get out of my car, Daniel! I'm not going to! I'm not going to! I'm bleeding! Yeah, you're bleeding because you're hitting yourself. But you don't... I've got to get help. I've got to get help. I've got to call the police. No, I'm bleeding. I've got to call the police. No, the motel threatened to kill me. The motel threatened to kill me. I've got to call the police. I've got to get you out of here. Yeah, you've got to get out of my car. The motel threatened to kill me. The motel threatened to kill. The motel threatened to kill. The motel threatened to kill me. And you're trying to kill me. The motel threatened to kill me. The motel threatened to kill me. Kill me. Get the police here to get you out of here. The motel threatened to kill me. 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 Get out of my car. No, I need help. I need help. The motel threatened to kill me. The motel threatened to kill me. The motel threatened to kill me. This is your last chance to get out of my car. This is your last chance. Then I'm going to call the police. The motel threatened to kill me. And tell them you're beating me. No, you hit me. You broke my arm. I didn't break your fucking arm. You grabbed me. Yeah, because you were beating me. You sure this is what you want? I'm calling the police.
That's hard to watch every time. Daniel Larson has like severe emotional dysregulation issues, which like Chris wasn't the best at regulating emotion, even when 20s like Daniel is, but she was objectively better at it than Daniel is. Like this is why I say that like Daniel Larson has really made me appreciate Chris Chan and just like really realize like how functional Chris actually is. Like Chris in another time and place, Chris Chan would be, the lovable village idiot, right? And I say that in like the kindest way possible. Like perhaps somewhere in like medieval Europe, perhaps Chris, medieval England, maybe, like in a little village, Chris Chan would be the resident that other residents kind of look out for. Like I said, like if Chris Chan is the internet's orange cat whose brains while giving them a tongue bath, as like orange cats seem to do sometimes, if the memes are anything to go by. That almost sounds like a fit my brother has had, but Larson is yeah, like that's kind of like where I said like if like I don't know like if professionals who specialize in ASD would do that kind of thing, but yeah, like Larson, so like there's level 1 autism now, like they give it levels, I guess, which was formerly known as Asperger's syndrome, and then level 2 would be about where Chris is at, like the old school high functioning autism, which I've described to people who, especially on Reddit, who think that Asperger's and high functioning autism were somehow one and the same. I'm like, no. They were diagnostically distinct once upon a time, right? High functioning autism at the time Chris was diagnosed in the mid 1980s was much closer to Man, the 1987 film, without the savantism, right? And yeah, I understand the issues with that film, especially because one of the main two people that the character of Rain Man was based upon, Kim Peek, he wasn't actually autistic. He had something else up with his brain, right? But I think part of it was only diagnosed post-mortem, because Kim Peek was like so unlike, other other people who had a high functioning autism diagnosis, right? But yeah, there was something else up with Kim Peek's brain. Like, I forget what it's called, but the lobes of his brain weren't connected, so he could read 2 pages of a book at a time, and somehow that would still like communicate the book as it's intended. So like, say reading a novel, or like reading a book, like 2 pages at a time, left eye on this page, right eye on this page. Kim Peek, he could read both pages at a time, and somehow it would still process the way that, you or I read 1 page at a time, right? So yeah, like, Kim Peek had a very unusual condition that was, yeah, for a time diagnosed as high functioning autism with savantism, right? But yeah, his savantism came about because of a very unusual brain abnormality. But yeah, like, when I tell people that old school high functioning autism is more along the lines, at the time, especially at the time Chris was diagnosed, as, like Rain Man from the movie, but without the savantism, right? And then there's, so that's now called, and then level 3 autism are the hemispheres. Yeah, hemispheres of his brain weren't connected. There's a, oh wait, the really good documentary on Kim Peek that's on YouTube, the one that I've seen a bunch of times before. The one I've seen a bunch of times before, this was made while he was still alive, but is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. This was made when he was still alive. I think he died a couple years later, but yeah, I can't remember if it was post-mortem when they discovered that his, that the two, that the left and right hemispheres of his brain weren't connected. It was a really fascinating level of savant, but like a lot of savants, retaining information isn't the same as understanding and applying the same information, right? So of course he was very limited in what he could do, but like, he had perfect eidetic memory for everything he read. And he could read twice as fast because he could read 2 pages at a time, but because of the way that the hemispheres of his brain didn't connect, it would somehow still process the same way that, he would, it would still register in his, as you or I reading, but yeah, in this documentary, they show some books. Did I click on that one? I did. The touchpad is so sensitive.
When was Riley executed?
1618.
Jim, what day of the week was that?
It was a Thursday.
December 9th, 1995.
It was a Saturday, and this year it's a Friday.
Yeah.
When's your next day?
I love him.
I have so many things in me, I can't even guess them all.
Kim Peek has one of the best brains in the world.
He's become a living Google.
What Kim represents is the dark side of the moon. He is in love for the sake of it.
So determined to understand.
It's a very exciting opportunity for us to find out what makes the human brain unique.
He just amazes me. The life is nothing I ever expected. I think I'd do anything for him.
Yeah, that's his father in that clip too.
The Oscar-winning film Man. Kim was diagnosed mentally retarded at birth, but with his father Fran's unflagging support, he's developed a memory that's without equal. Rain Man screenwriter Barry Morrow met Kim in 1984.
I was absolutely flabbergasted that such a human being existed and that I had never heard of a savant. I could not get this man, this character, out of my mind. My scheme was to create a movie in which
Bad Kim to Hoffman.
Sally Dibbs, Sally. 461-0192.
How did you know my phone number?
How'd you know that? She said read the telephone book last night. Dibbs, Sally. 461-0192.
I mean, I don't have any scientific proof for this, that if you make a movie about somebody, they're going to come out of their shell. But I think Rain Man did more than win awards. I think it left the door open, that nobody written off. The change is always possible.
Rain Man changed Kim's life forever.
Until I started being Rain Man, I couldn't look in a person's eyes.
In 1951, doctors wanted to place Kim in a mental hospital called American Fork.
We took him to a neurologist at 9 months. I was late for a golf game and only had 5 minutes to talk to us.
Sorry, Mr. Golf Game. Put him in an American Fork.
He said, I've history. He's mentally retarded. He will never be able to learn. He'll never be able to walk. He should be put in the institution and you forget about him.
For Fran and his wife, there was no question they would raise Kim themselves at home. His condition seemed to make him an introverted child.
We were just going to do everything we could to give him as much love as possible and help him just as much as we could.
When Fran and Kim's mother parted in 1975, Fran became Kim's sole caregiver. 2 months shy of his 80th birthday, Fran still looks after Kim.
He helps me a lot because I still have bad coordination and because of the brain damage that I had when I was little. I wasn't supposed to make it past about 14, and here I am at 54, a celebrity.
I was 37 years old when I met him, that Kim could look into someone's face. Dustin Hoffman said to me, you have to promise me one thing about this guy. Share him with the world.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, like Kim Peek is a really interesting person. So, but yeah, So yeah, like with some of the social difficulties, I can also understand like a high functioning autistic diagnosis with Kim Peek. But so like that's now considered level 2 autism, and level 3 is formerly known as low functioning autism. So this is where a lot of the cases of mutism are now categorized, and the extreme emotional dysregulation as seen with Daniel Larson, and the way that some of the people who at least don't care about how bad Larson gets trolled.
Someone's trying to kill me!
Will buddy that like, oh well, he's got these untoward feelings about children, and he goes into these violent rages at Bob Proctor, who's in his 70s and is fairly frail, and it's a family friend who's only had the Daniel's best interest in mind. But at the same time, it's like, as far as the violence goes, there that with his particular neurodivergences, and like I said, he's got the trifecta of like not only autism and ADHD, but also schizoaffective disorder. So there's only so much of that he has control over. At least in the same way that somebody who doesn't have all of that going on would. And yeah, like emotional dysregulation can be trying for people with ADHD as well. But also, like, this is so severe that it's something. Yeah, right. Josh Kiss says, dealt with your brother's violent rages, the hopes. Holes, because you mentioned holes in the wall the one time. Yeah, yeah, like I'm very like sympathetic toward Daniel Larson. Like this guy, he's 25 years old. He got a terrible, and and at the same time, I understand why so many people are unsympathetic, because there is a degree of control he does also exhibit in stuff. Like, people have noticed with Daniel Larson in particular that when police show up, you know what? I'm gonna skip ahead in this one because that's in the part 2. I'm gonna skip ahead in part 2 of this from the Kusari doc.
To, not in a negative way, but it's like I have to almost threaten.
Hold on. You know what? I'll just let it go from the beginning here. Maybe at like 1.5.
On July 9th, 2023, Daniel made a significant decision that would send shockwaves throughout the online community. He adopted a dog named Music from the Longmont Humane Society in Longmont, Colorado. However, the news of Music's adoption by Daniel sparked a wave of outrage on the subreddit. Many users vehemently voiced about Daniel's ability to take care of himself, let alone an animal, given his financial tendencies and history of
Oh, that's something else that I think I left out when after I noticed Josh said that you'd not heard of Daniel Larson before. Daniel Larson has been homeless for the last few years because when he was in a care home. The most recent time he was in a care home, they were unable to deal with with his violent outbursts, and he just left one day of his own accord, and they frankly don't want him back, and I don't know why I don't know why he's not some kind of ward of the state or something, because it's clear he just does not have the faculties to take care of himself. But, as he tends to say in some of his TikTok videos, that he is his own guardian, as he likes to remind Bob Proctor of. And I don't know why. Nobody knows why. Because he clearly needs a lot more help than somebody who... He clearly needs a lot more help than somebody like Chris Chan does. Like, Chris Chan, yes, probably would benefit from, like a social worker coming to check every week, maybe even every month, right? Just do a regular check-in just to make sure things are happening like they should. But the last couple years, Chris was living with her mom at the house in Ruckersville. Like there were points where Chris kind of admitted on streams, in videos, when she was doing those, that she went to like some class or something to learn how to care for Barb with dementia, which is something else where, like, I really got to call bullshit on Gibby's unwillingness to accept that Barb has dementia, is because it's like no, this is something Chris has said a number of times. This is something that is easily observed by anybody who has known someone suffering. Barb clearly has dementia, and just because we don't have a doctor's note to confirm it doesn't mean that she may not, right? It's like dude, just pull your thumb out of your ass. But then again, like, that's just kind of like how I end up thinking about so many people on the Chris Chan side of the internet. Is just like it's like the whole argument over whether or not Chris is trans, and I'm like, no, Chris is trans. Chris is just chronically stupid as well. Oh, good morning, Nifty Moanis. I went way off plan for what I was going to be reading tonight. So like now I'm just like giving Josh Kiss here, also watching on YouTube, a crash course in Daniel Larson. So yeah, Daniel Larson had been kicked out of 2 care homes. One of the last one, to my understanding anyway, the last one, he just voluntarily left one day and has not since, told he can come back, right? At least I don't quite understand what happened in the care home with the guy known as Jonas, but yeah. So Josh Kiss says, dealt with it in public. I'm guessing your brother with the emotional outbursts a few times in public, was just anxious and scared. Even as an adult, he's older than me. Police aren't able to... Oh, yeah. Police are generally not trained in mental health situations, which, again, I don't want to give it more than the most passing of mentions, but, the situation where somebody decided that, they're gonna try and weaponize the police against a old homeless, person with mental health issues. Like, really, 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 and you're gonna call yourself leftist with that? But okay, sure, whatever, hon. Josh also said, brother was in a home for like a year, and they were terrible and just wanted him drugged, and my parents took him out of there. Yeah, Daniel. Daniel really does belong in a care home, but he also doesn't want to take his medications. And Daniel is a situation where he does need his medications because he is schizophrenic. Schizoaffective disorder. He does seem to have the bipolar traits as well. But yeah, he's autistic, got ADHD, and also schizoaffective disorder. And he does need his medications because so yeah, I was explaining the new categorization of autism is like level 1, formerly known as Asperger's, level 2, formerly known as Rain Man, Chris Chan, and then level 3 would be the formerly known as low functioning autism. You've got cases that are this is where like the especially mute diagnoses go, right? So like I'm not a mental any sort, obviously, and nor am I any kind of autism spectrum disorder specialist, nor do I have I just have ADHD. And considering how nothing my father made as far as kids go came out normal, I'm kind of lucky. His eldest had schizoaffective disorder. His youngest, my younger sister, both of whom have passed away, she was autistic with bipolar disorder and strong schizoaffective tendencies, right? So yeah, like Daniel Larson's got a trifecta of neurodivergence, and in his case especially, he does need some medication, but he goes off of it as soon as he gets the chance. He was in when he was briefly in Las Vegas, somehow he got put on a 72-hour psych hold where they gave him some meds, but he immediately went off of them after he got out. So and your brother's also got epilepsy. So that's with the that's I'm sure it's difficult to help with, right? Josh says sent your brother to a hospital and parents had to go get him out. Yeah, some of the I know just from talking to people that a lot of restraining techniques that people are taught, especially 20 years ago or so, are not safe and kind of counterproductive to helping somebody autistic with severe emotional dysregulation. It's Nifty Melanis. Oh yeah, nothing to feel bad about schizophrenia. Lots of people. Oh yeah. Like I said, like 2 of my sisters, one schizoaffective disorder, so a mix of bipolar and schizophrenia traits, right? And my younger sister, autistic and bipolar, but with strong schizoaffective tendencies, right? But not enough to say a schizoaffective diagnosis. And good friends who have schizoaffective or schizophrenia diagnosis, very lovely people. It's just this is just how their brain works. And honestly, like, non-schizophrenics are a bigger threat to people with schizophrenia than the other way around, right? Especially when police are involved. But see, this is a thing. This is something that just kind of like stands out to people, and that's why I brought this up with Daniel Larson, since I'm giving Josh here a crash course in restraining techniques or not. Oh yeah, like a lot of the ones that people were taught, especially like, you know, up through about like 10, 20 years ago, right? I don't know how much has changed in that sense, but yeah, I like seen stuff with my sister, and it's like it's not necessarily safe. It can be counterproductive to you know, like helping the burst, right? So but yeah, so yeah, Daniel Larson's been homeless because he has no living family who wants to take him in. His mother is wheelchair-bound with lupus and cannot take care of his special needs, and couldn't take care of his special needs, which was why his grandmother gained custody when he was about 12, I think. I don't know all the precise details of Daniel Larson's history, but around the age of like 12 or so, his grandmother took custody because his mother was unable to care for him. His father's never really been in the picture. And so, yeah, like even, you know, as adults, like his mother cannot, you know, help him out. She's wheelchair bound with lupus, and his grandmother, who had custody from the time onward, she passed away when he was about 20, 21 years old in 2019. And while he was in a couple of care homes until 2021, I believe, was when people started watching him as a homeless person on TikTok. Though I think there was a brief period between 2021 and 2022, like, you know, like between like mid 2021 and the end of 2022, I think there was a few months in there where he was set up with some kind of independent living situation through mental health services in Denver, but that did not last long because of property damage to the apartment he was set up in. So so yeah, like here's a segment from the part 2 of the Daniel Larson documentary by Kasari. I'm going to take a real quick grab of the link here. And post the full part 2. Daniel Larson doc pt2 : space no paste send. Excuse me. So yeah, here's the full part 2 if you want to go watch it at your leisure. Nifty Milan brilliant, totally true. Non-schizophrenic. Oh yeah, non-schizophrenics are, and yeah, somebody in like the Daniel Larson subreddit pointed to some kind of like article that said that there is, all it said, like the wording was specifically like something like a statistically significant increase in violence noted in people with schizophrenia versus, you know, non-schizophrenics. And I'm like, first off, that is like just such vague wording. It means practically nothing. And second of all, this is all conditional. Like with schizophrenia, more often than not, it's conditional. Like, what the hell is going on that, you know, is contributing to this? Because yeah, it's just it's a difference in how the brain operates. But but yeah, like I said with with Daniel Larson, like he's got some serious emotional dysregulation, as we saw from the clip that I played in part 1 of this doc. But then you get this anomalous kind of stuff with that I'm from this segment of part 2 that I'm going to play, and it's going to be at 1.25 speed, so just to like get through it a little bit quicker.
Property during meltdowns. It was evident that Daniel was ill-suited to be a responsible pet owner, and the subreddit members demanded that music be returned to the shelter for her own safety. The outcry grew.
I'm going to go back to the beginning
so
of this
intense
chapter because we've got a new person here. Plus, I acted really quickly with that one.
On July 9th, 2023, news of music's adoption by Daniel sparked a wave of outrage on the subreddit.
I did see an alert that the mic had something going on, but I thought it was only on my end, but then it like seemed to fix it. So hold on, let me you know what, I'm gonna refresh this tab, see if that helps. The hell? Okay, my mic seems fine. If the little jobbies are anything to go by. Mute, unmute. Will muting and unmuting help? God damn it. Yeah, no, we've got no audio. Damn it. Okay, yeah, we've still got no audio coming on the second screen. So, okay. Well, I was hoping to log off just as Josh Kiss came on, and you know, while I was still just kind of like rambling on to myself, and the allegedly one Twitch viewer, which I think I might be logged in on a tab that I lost track of, but yeah, and so yeah, I was like kind of rambling on to myself, and a supposedly single Twitch viewer who never says anything about how Daniel Larson has kind of made me appreciate that. Let's talk about Nifty instead. Yeah. Well, it's actually around the time that I should probably feed my cats. Here in our own hotel room where we ourselves are homeless, but you know, unlike Daniel Larson, we do not do property damage to the hotel while we're here. Probably because while emotional dysregulation is also common in ADHD, mine has never been anywhere near Larson levels, right? Oh no, it's okay. It's okay. I kind of like giving a crash course in I kind of liked giving a crash course in Larson, especially because he's tangentially related to the whole thing that I've been doing with the reading from the Resurrect ISIS page, because like it would not surprise me if the guy who wrote this is somewhere on the schizoaffective spectrum, because the way he writes just does kind of seem to operate in that area. And oh yeah, I find, and like, because I said, like, my two of my sisters had the eldest one from my dad's side had schizoaffective disorder, and my younger sister was autistic with bipolar and schizoaffective tendencies, right? So sorry to have missed you. Oh, it's all right. The Restream website that I use to stream from, simulcast to YouTube to Twitch and Twitter and Facebook, it gets screwy sometimes. Like, I tried to like, this is actually the second time I tried streaming tonight, and the first time I tried streaming tonight, it just there were also sound issues with that one, where just suddenly after about 45 minutes, the mic just stopped registering through the Restream website. So yeah, it's been having audio issues today. So yeah, like, after I closed out that one, I scheduled one for an hour after I ended the first stream. So, and I'm actually pretty glad that it went this far tonight, because it's like I said, the first time I tried streaming tonight, after about 45 minutes or so, it just kind of stopped registering the audio. So but yeah, like, with my two sisters and three friends of mine, somewhere on the schizoaffective, schizophrenia end of the bipolar schizoaffective or spectrum, I find the way that schizophrenic brains work kind of fascinating, and so, like, well, I got onto Daniel Larson most recently in my rambling to myself. Oh, thanks so much for subscribing, Nifty. I plan to stream again tomorrow night, talking a bit more, not so much about Daniel Larson, but a little thing that I've been doing. I was hoping tonight would be the third night, but I like to wait until there's like more than one person in audience, because I like the feedback that I get when I'm reading from this website, which is called resurrectisis.org, as in the pagan Egyptian goddess. And the dude who wrote this, when I was involved in Hellenic polytheism, Hellenic pagan email lists around 2007, 06-ish. So I was on email lists back then. So, like, back when social media was like live journal email lists and the last, living legs of Usenet, right? The guy who wrote this website came onto those email lists, and he's absolutely serious. And somebody a couple weeks ago on Catboy Ranch Discord with Keffels, I linked it in the Catboy Ranch chat one day. Just I don't remember what we were even talking about, but I just linked it there, and somebody took a look, I guess, and responded, "Huh, looks like a pagan Timecube, I guess." And I'm like, you're not the first person who's to say that. And Jean Ray of Timecube was confirmed to have a schizophrenia diagnosis. And I've read Timecube. I've read more of Timecube than most people I know. And because I've got the two sisters and a couple of friends with schizophrenia, or at least schizoaffective disorder, right? I kind of, especially with the two sisters, right? I kind of grew up with, I kind of grew up in a way that kind of forced me to learn an innate ability to kind of try and make sense out of these kind of episodes that people with schizophrenia can have. And so, like I said, I've read more of the Timecube website than most people I know, especially during my introduction to the Timecube website around 2001, when Best X showed it to me. And then, we were already living in the same apartment at the time. And then he goes out into the front room to play his video games because it's our shared day off, and I'm still in the bedroom at the computer reading Timecube. 5.5 hours pass thereabouts. Best X comes back into the bedroom and says, "Hey, what you're looking at now?" And I say, I'm reading Timecube. Still? Yes. It's starting to make a little sense. Wait, what? So, yeah, Best X decided to have an intervention on me reading Timecube because I admitted it was starting to make a little sense. And I can kind of see, where some of the things Jean Ray is going on about on the Timecube website. I kind of see what he's talking about, but he's putting it in such a way that clearly only makes sense to him. So, so yeah, it's a, and like I said, in part from sisters, and I've got a few friends since, and I find I find the way that people with schizophrenia can talk and seem to interpret the world very interesting. And so I find other cases of clear schizophrenia just kind of interesting. And Daniel Larson is a case where he's very frustrating, right? Because as I said to Josh Kiss before you joined the chat, unlike Vaush, who and the latest Vaush drama, where I absolutely believe Vaush because I believe Vaush when he says that he didn't realize it was a lolicon artist that he downloaded a couple of especially the one, maybe a couple, but he downloaded the offending image that he didn't realize was lolicon art when he downloaded it. I believe this because it didn't immediately register as lolicon to me. I know a lot more about hentai than I should because I'm not even that much into anime, but I have a lot of friends who are. So I listen to them explain stuff just so I can, just so I can understand, what it is that they like, or, or just to be a good listener, right? And so I hear things explained a lot, and this is more than I ever need to know about any of this. And I do understand that lolicon is a very controversial style and genre of hentai, but it's also very broadly applied. So, like, yeah, there's a reason that there's a reason that it's as controversial as it is. This is true, but it's also very broadly applied, so that, like, just knowing that an illustration like the one that got Vaush into some hot water is, counts as lolicon, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. And because it didn't immediately stand out as such to Vaush, this shows that, it probably, it doesn't meet like the common understanding of what that is. So Josh says, wash Voosh so long, so many of these dramas didn't know anything until, right? Yeah, like I didn't, but yeah, in fact, like even understanding, as I did previously, that that just because something can be described as lolicon art doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? Like, still, like, somebody in the Catboy Ranch Discord for Keffels, like, had to explain why this stands out as obviously lolly to that person. And that's when I, suddenly could see, like, what they were talking about, and I was like, oh, okay, I guess. But, Vaush downloading some smut images that he can spank to later, is not necessarily paying attention to the subtleties. And yeah, to somebody who's not very familiar with that style and genre, like myself, it didn't immediately stand out to me. Vaush, it would make sense if that's not something he's especially into. It's not going to stand out to him, or at least if it's not something that he's especially familiar with. Like, he knows what would stand out to everybody who knows why it's controversial. Like, he knows how to recognize that. He knows how to recognize the most controversial, unquestionable lolicon art, right? Like, most people who know why that genre is controversial, like, they would be able to recognize something that is very obviously so. But it takes another level of familiarity to recognize why it's obviously lolly, the image that got everybody's knickers in a twist this time. So yeah, I completely believe that's, that it didn't stand out to Vaush because, well, when you're a guy and you're looking through porn for stuff that you can spank to later, you're not always thinking with this brain, you're thinking with Mr. PP brain. And I told Josh earlier about a time that my best ex, who's bisexual, and when he's into women, he's into large natural breasts, specifically natural breasts. Like, I don't, okay. He's got a couple favorite big boob models, one of whom I think is now retired, but her name is Nadine Jansen. She does a lot of softcore. She's German. There's a video that he downloaded when he was subscribed to her site. He's been subscribed to her site off and on. And that's why I think she's retired. So yeah, like, while he was subscribed, he downloaded this one legitimately, and it's got another big boob German model that she's done some other softcore sets with. And in this video, they're playing with each other's boobs in a backyard wading pool that is full of beer. And it took my ex, like, me pointing it out to him. And I noticed that the wading pool is full of beer because I'm not looking at boobs, right? I'm not looking at boobs. I'm not looking at the cute, goofy girls. One of the reasons that my ex loves Nadine Jansen so much is because, like, she's got a blog. She's got a free blog portion of her site where she'll sometimes post outtake photos where she's just being a goofball. Like, there's a set that she did with, like, Chinese food, and one of the outtake photos that she posted, she's putting chopsticks up her nose. So yeah, like, I'm not looking at the cute girls. Like, I'm not focused on the cute girls that the big boobs are attached to. I'm kind of able to take in the whole picture. And so I pass by, like, as he's taking care of himself, but I'm not in the mood, like you do when that's the relationship, right? And I don't get offended because he's looking at porn, because I'm not in the mood, but he wants to get off. So sure. So I pass by behind him, and I notice, and I'm able to take in the whole picture. And I say, "Are they pouring beer on each other's boobs?" And my ex says, "No, they're just playing in a wading pool." And I'm like, "Dear, the water, quote unquote, is amber colored. This is beer colored waters. And when it falls back off the boobs back into the wading pool, it's foamy. This is beer. They're covering each other's boobs in beer. How long have you had this video downloaded? Almost a year." So yeah, like I said, I've and I cannot think of anything similar that I've done myself, or at least not anything, like, not anything that entertaining, right? Not anything that entertaining, but I've had moments where I am thinking with Mr. Peepee's brain, and it took me until, like, either somebody else pointed it out to me, or until, like, I'm long past horny to notice that, oh, hey, there's something a little bit off about what I was just spanking to, right? Thankfully, nothing that would get me in trouble like Vaush did, because young guys are stupid. Like, teenage boys are stupid. But yeah. So yeah, I totally believe him. And how the hell did I get going on about Vaush this time? I don't remember. Oh, right, Daniel Larson. So yeah, like, unlike Vaush, who made a legit mistake, and now everybody is taken to the cleaners for it. And like I said, like, unless you are very familiar with what constitutes lolicon, like, this is a believable mistake. This is a believable mistake that Vaush made. I believe him when he says this. I believe him when he says he deleted it from his, folder, because why would I not? He's been in hot water about these kinds of accusations so many times before, that's like it, whatever. But at least the times he's been in hot water about these accusations before, like the previous scandals of this nature about Vaush, it's because he used, like, CSA as an extreme example in a debate level logic argument about capitalism. But this time, I will say, while I understand that it was a stupid mistake, it's also like, it also doesn't look good when this kind of stupid mistake, and like a compounded stupid mistake, because like, he accidentally let this be visible on stream, right? So it's like on the one hand, like I said, I understand that it's a stupid mistake. On the other hand, I do also understand, like, why this in particular got people so right. It's an especially stupid and I'm not saying blame the victim of the scandal. I'm saying I understand why the scandal happened this time, because he wasn't making a logical argument against capitalism and just using an extreme example that got everybody's knickers in a twist for some reason. When, like, in context, it's obvious that previously he was making an argument against capitalism and using CSA and CSA materials as an extreme example. The other time was like, the whole, like, well, it's possible for this kind of relationship, etc., etc., but at the same time, that's why I'm this kind of utilitarian, because the greater good, over the, individual interest of, this, right? It's like, he's like making philosophical and political arguments the previous times. It's like, in context, like, it's understandable, like, or at least in context, like, those never should have become scandalous, right? But then again, like, they became scandalous because, well, you know, right-wingers wanted to clip chimp, as the kids say, and, you know, and like fan outrage for, because Vaush is good at making logical arguments against capitalism and against fascism and against racism and all of that. He's good at making those logical arguments, but, you know, people on the right don't like that. So they're going to look for any kind of, you know, thing that they can clip out of context to make him look bad. This time, though, I understand why the scandal happened, even though it's clear that this was even though at the very best, you know, which I believe him when he says that's the case, it was a stupid mistake. It didn't immediately stand out as that kind of artwork to him because he didn't understand that this kind of artwork can be very broadly applied. You know, this kind of term can be very broadly applied to the artwork. He wasn't familiar with the artist and that they are known for this kind of, you know, thing, right? So yeah, but yeah, unlike Vaush, Daniel Larson, in contrast, really does have those kinds of thoughts about kids, about actual kids. And there's a lot of very concerning evidence that supports this. And I mean, while the people who are a bit more sympathetic than average toward Daniel Larson will, you know, because there are people who, you know, defend him, not very many people with a significant name, you know, except for Papa Gut. And Papa Gut's made the argument that I think he said his wife works in mental health. And so he's listened to her talk about, you know, the kind of, you know, education she had to get, you know, to get there, and listens to her talk about, you know, the mental health topics that, you know, she stays up on to do a good job, right? And it's possible with Daniel Larson having a trifecta of neurodivergence, being, you know, like some borderline low functioning autism, right? Because he is very fluent in speech, but his emotional dysregulation is so far off the charts, you know, when compared to somebody like Chris Chan. Like, even when Chris Chan was Daniel Larson's age, Chris Chan had a much better grasp of controlling her emotional outbursts back at that age, right? So it's like, and this is what I went going on early. This is how I initially got going on Daniel Larson. It's like Daniel Larson kind of made me, or at least while I got going on giving Josh Kiss here a crash course on Daniel Larson's, because like Daniel Larson has on some levels made me appreciate how much Chris Chan comparatively has her shit together. like yeah, somebody still needs to come in looking in on Chris Chan periodically just to make sure everything's okay. But, you know, she can mostly, you know, she can mostly function. She was basically taking care of her mother with dementia before the thing happened, which it did happen. It did happen. I know Chris likes to say, like, oh, in another dimension, it actually happened. But in this dimension, I'm like, no, Chris, there's enough evidence that you admitted that it happened, and this would be a really weird thing to lie about, you know, after it happened, right? Like, why? And like, that would be a really weird thing to lie about, right? And there's plenty of evidence that, you know, this is that Chris did admit it in 2021 to several people. But yeah. So, but yeah, like, I'm glad that, like, while in jail, Chris did get some mental health care, because there was about 2 months in the mental hospital, which is very evident just from all the therapy speak Chris used in one of the videos after she came back to YouTube. And she had to get that from somewhere, and she's not going to be reading, like blogs and Tumblrs and stuff with people using all kinds of therapy speak on her own. Like, that's not something she's been especially interested in. This suggests to me that, this is something that this is some phrases that Chris picked up while basically being made to see a therapist at the mental hospital, and probably continued seeing a therapist while in jail. Just, therapists would have had to come into the jail like a couple times a week, probably. That's my guess. But yeah, if this is how Chris is choosing to cope, then, well, it is what it is. But yeah, like, as I said maybe about an hour ago, and I should wrap up to feed the cats, because they're staring at me like they're starving, like they're trying to look as pathetic as possible. But yeah, if Chris Chan is the internet's orange cat whose brain is short-circuiting in the middle of self-grooming, and Daniel Larson is the internet's feral dog who got picked up by some rescuers and yet is just like too mentally unhinged to let them, bathe him. So, I saw some stuff people saying in chat after Nitty said that they've subscribed. Thanks so much for the subscription. Like I said, I'm coming back on tomorrow night. Josh says, came here after watching Keffels and Vouch for over 6 hours and want to see what else. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for checking my streams out. Now, second night in a row. Josh says, no, nothing about paganism or polytheism. Kind of want to learn more. Oh, thanks so much. Yeah, I'm always glad to share my wealth of knowledge with people about the various things that I was one of those kids especially in school, where just I would read almost anything in front of me. So I've acquired a lot of knowledge about a lot of stuff, and I also really enjoy listening to my friends go on about. And like many people with ADHD, I seem to have a slightly disproportionate number of friends on the autism spectrum, and I find myself reassuring a lot of them, no, it's okay. If they're apologizing for gushing about their various little special interest kind of topics for a bit, I'm like, no, look, you are not bothering me. I am genuinely interested, or I genuinely enjoy listening to you talk about this. I like listening to people who really enjoy what they, their hobbies and, topics of interest and stuff. It's like listening you talk about this, keeps my brain from wandering off, onto other stuff. It's it's complementing my ADHD nicely. Just stop apologizing, keep talking about I don't know, Storm Constantine is something that one of my online friends, she's an author that we're both into. That's how we met. But yeah, they go on at great length about Storm Constantine in ways that I guess annoys a lot of their other non-autistic friends and other friends who are and even their autistic friends who are not into Storm Constantine. And I'm like, no, you don't have to apologize in front of me. Just keep talking about her. I'm clearly not as into her work as you are, but it's fun listening to you talk about her. Just keep talking. You're you're not boring me. I will let you know when you start to bore me. Justice hasn't watched. Oh yeah. Okay, I did watch this. Yeah, internet is a massive game of telephone. He thought it was right. Yeah, because well, when people usually refer to lolicon art, you know, the image, the mental image that most people have, and the especially, you know, awful stuff that, you know, people, you know, point to as an example, will have characters who are, or at least look, prepubescent. This looked like, you know, this character looked like, you know, perhaps a young adult woman who was, you know, with a shorter stature. And as somebody in the Catboy Ranch said in the drama posting channel, I agree with them when they said that that they think Vaush was more looking at the size of the male character's anatomy, because it would go along with his fascination with Horse Wanky. It lines up. It lines up. This all makes sense. Oh. It was Oktoberfest and he thought it was water. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, like, what the hell my ex was thinking about the oh yeah, the waiting pool with the German boob models. I don't know. He seems to genuinely think that it was water because, well, you know, like, you spread out a layer of liquid beer thin enough, and you don't really see, like, that it's amber colored. So, like, when it's spilling down the model's, you know, breasts, it's not going to, you know, it's not like paint, right? It's not like paint. It's a very thin liquid. So, and yeah, beer, like, water is a big part of beer making. So yeah, it's gonna look clear, like, shortly after it hits the skin, right? So I believe him when he told me that he didn't notice it was beer until I pointed it out. It's just really funny to me that he'd been spanking off to that one with some amount of rotation, and for almost a year, and didn't notice that it was, you know, that the models in the softcore video were in a wading pool in the backyard, and the wading pool was filled with beer. And the fact that it was a big clear plastic, you know, like a beer pitcher, like the restaurant supply kind that, you know, you order a pitcher of beer and the waitress brings out the big clear plastic pitcher with however many pints are at the table, you know. And when I pointed that out to him, he said, I don't know, I just thought it was what was available. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's a reasonable thing. That's a reasonable thing you could have thought. You got me there. So yeah, I'll only laugh at you a little bit for not noticing that they were pouring beer on each other's boobs in the backyard wading pool. And I'm like, come on, because, like, well, as I said a few minutes ago, like, one of the models, Nadine Jansen, who I think is retired because, well, I mean, this was the early mid-noughts, right? And I think she was already in her 30s then. So so yeah, she would be a bit, I mean, maybe she's not, but she also had like a free blog part of her website where she's just being goofy. And so yeah, like, it, and I was already familiar with, like, why my ex, you know, who loved her as a model, like, really loved her, because she's just kind of goofy about it. And, well, when you're a softcore big boob model, if you can't have a sense of humor about it, what are you doing with your life, right? So, like, I can appreciate that, you know, she's goofy, and I was just like, yeah, this seems like an idea she might have, you know, because I think a lot of her fans at the time, in the early mid-noughts thereabouts, I think she did have a lot of American fans, and, you know, like, Americans think Germans and beer, and I'm sure there are many parts of Europe where they think Germans and beer, you know, the French and their wine, right? The Germans and their beer. So yeah, and the other model in the video was also a German big boob model. So 2 German girls playing in a wading pool full of beer, pouring beer on each other's boobs, on each other's German boobs. And it was probably German beer, right? So, I mean, we didn't see any of the, at least I don't remember seeing any of the, like, you know, beer bottle. I mean, of course, to fill up a wading pool, you'd probably have to get a keg to be the more economical choice, right? Why am I thinking about this? I haven't seen that video since, oh God, yeah. I haven't seen that video since I moved out of Best X's place in Lansing, and that was about 10, it was a little over 10 years ago. So, and it had been a while since I'd seen it at that point too. So yeah, it's been, let's just say it's been at least 11 years since I've seen that. So it's like, yeah, whatever, you know, but yeah, like if you're into vintage big boobs, Nadine Jansen she's got a sense of humor about it, and she is vintage big boobs at this point. So, and yeah, like I said, like my ex loves her because she's kind of a goofball, and and I'm not going to show anything on stream because, well, you know, both, you know, YouTube and Twitch and Facebook TOS. I think Twitter is the only place I can get away with like even a little bit of softcore on the stream, and I don't care enough about Twitter. Oh wait, there's red curtains in a. Oh yeah, there's red curtains in this prawn scene. Never noticed that before, right? I get why he. Oh yeah. Vouch's arguments about the you know, like capitalism and his utilitarian philosophies, right? Like I get why he pulls that out, you know, as an extreme example to you know, I get why to debate reactionaries, and I get that it's something that a lot of people feel very strongly about. So if you put it in in that kind of perspective, then at least some people will see that, you know, hey, maybe there isn't a huge difference between CSA materials and child slave labor in the global South, right? Like, I mean, or like the only logical difference would be CSA materials can never be ethically produced, whereas depending on the circumstances and any regulations put in place in those jurisdictions, there are ethical child labor. Well, they're supposed to be enforced, but you know, there are ethical laws around child labor in the United States. Like, you know, up to a certain age, you can only like work in an establishment owned by your parents, and even then, like, you know, very, you know, it's taken down to like a very tiny number of hours a day, right? So yeah, I mean, it would be nice if they were enforced more often, or you know, more but yeah, like it's at least possible to write ethical child labor legislation, and well, then there's the matter of enforcing it too. So watch the streams on Poppy. Heard me talk about polytheism. Oh, thanks so much. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoy watching my streams. It was the first stream. Some people are. I kind of understand that, especially if like you're being told to read specific books. Oh yeah. Vouch is totally a size queen. So yeah, I think that's just. So yeah, like I said, it just seems like a completely reasonable mistake. Okay. Oh, that's right. They are being rolled back a bit in some states at least, which really pisses me off. But yeah, like I said, it's like, but anyway, oh, right. Oh, crap. Yep. Okay. The cats are now off the bed and staring at me. Got Phoebe over there, Nigel over there. Yes, I love you too, my sweet boy. Okay, so I'm gonna be back on tomorrow night, probably around 9:45 p.m. U.S. Eastern. Please adjust for your own time zone because I'm not your mother. And as I tend to sign off, drink plenty of water, take your meds if you need to, and if you've watched me this long, you probably do need some meds, and I say this as somebody who needs his meds. Yeah, I've got, I need to have my dinner too. Otherwise, take very good care of yourselves and have exactly the kind of day you deserve. Hopefully that's a good one. But if you deserve a bad day, so be it, I guess, right? Bats and kisses, nosta ahuel.